All right, good morning. We are live here from the Los Angeles Convention Center. I'm joined with Jake. How are you doing, Jake?
I'm doing great. I'm ready for this Gundam Regional. You know, off the backs of Card Fest, getting back into the swing of events for this game. It's going to be so exciting to see how the meta has shifted, you know, with Purple introduced, and I'm really excited to see what comes out of this.
Yeah, for sure. And so this is hosted by Core TCG. This is going to be 768 players. It should be 9 to 10 rounds of Swiss, right? One undefeated, which will be really exciting. Purple is legal with Star Deck 5. This is the first weekend that we have that for the whole world, which is fantastic. I know a lot of people have eyes on it. And I know if people were playing Purple, it's usually Purple and Blue. Is that the experience you've had as well?
Yeah, I feel like just looking at the different color combinations, Blue just, in my opinion, being the best color in the game, you know, just has a good natural synergy with just really anything. So being able to rest things, you know, as you're dealing damage, things like that, and get these extra effects just goes a long way.
Yeah, I agree. And you know, like we've seen what the meta looks like, right? I don't think there's going to be like a huge shift in it, but we've seen like blue-green aggro do very well. We've seen green and white, usually with wing, do very well. Red and blue, like Cyber new type builds too. So those are kind of the front runners for me in this event. But again, this is like the second regional that we've had in North America. You know, a lot of people have eyes for this. A lot of people excited. Like this is a full room here of Gundam players, and I'm happy to be here this weekend.
It's going to be really exciting. Hope to see some good, clean fun. Hopefully to see some cool combos as well. You know, especially when you talk about some of the Japan Championships, you know, we started to see blue-white blockers playing stuff like Justice Gundam as a one-of in the deck to play out that extra token. So hope to see some of those like more unique combos that we can talk about in the coming weeks.
Yeah, and one of my favorite things about the Gundam card game is how flexible like deck building is, right? And you know, already people starting to theory craft for GD02, which comes out at the end of the month, right? So with more purple cards, people are excited, but there are so many ways for you to be able to do your custom combos, not just with your units, but with your pilots, and it's been really fun to kind of discover those and see what's really viable.
Yeah, especially in practice too, the different combinations that you can do. I mean, it'll be interesting to see even how stuff like Kshatriya, you know, red-blue, how that evolves, some of the cards that get changed in there. That's just changed up for this event specifically. Definitely.
And we've seen some kind of shifts even within this meta, right? I think that's something that I don't really experience as much with a lot of other card games, is that day one meta the first month and the second month onward, there's just completely different card pools, right? A card that you just added to your collection, Sword Strike Gundam, just got a big amount of boost. I've been seeing more and more people use that, especially since it does link with the Kira. It's been really nice, and kind of bouncing those tokens too.
Yeah, I mean, token removal in this game is so good, especially because tokens are so useful in this game right now and are so impactful. If you have easy ways to get rid of them, whether that's pinging damage, whether that's Sword Strike, bounce removal, or just clearing it in general with stuff like Amuro Ray, piloting, or Unicorn or something like that, it can go so long to stop those poke damages, especially when you have no base, right? And those 1/1 tokens are just poking, your shields.
Yeah, and again, that's like why I think there could be some viability with like blue and purple, right? There are just so many effects that say deal 1 damage that those really increment up, right? Or if something's already damaged, being able to like finally get that removal is good. I know that there's also some chances for some other combinations with purple, right? Like purple and white has, it's the Star Deck color combination, so it has a lot of chance for that too. And I'm sure that there are some underdogs or some secret decks that are floating around here that could make a pop up today.
Especially when you talk about some of the more aggressive stuff in like blue-white, right? Like doing a much more low to the ground, kind of almost copying blue-green style in terms of just being able to constantly spit out these small bodies, be able to apply like that pressure.
Yeah.
It could be something that we see, especially in the earlier rounds, maybe have a breakout moment.
Yeah, for sure. And I really do appreciate how global this game is right now. I've been seeing it, but I'm looking at chat too. I see a lot of international for us people show up and been showing up in events and stuff. So knowing that an event that's happening maybe in Japan, like we're watching that because they may be doing something different, right? We had a big event in Seville in Europe this a couple weeks ago too, which is cool to see how those decks kind of change. And with this being like the last month of GD01, there might be it's less so maybe deck construction, but people who are good with the decks that they're playing. And then again, we get a soft reset with GD02 at the end of the month.
Especially with maybe those decks that aren't tier 1, just having thousands of games, with a specific archetype and knowing all your matchups in and out. Like sometimes, especially when you take a more rogue deck to an event like this, all you really need is just more matchup knowledge than your opponent. You know, we see that in any card game that you play. So we'll see if that comes in with the factor today, with some people piloting their fan favorites.
For sure. And, you know, there are like the expected ones, but we've seen like some kind of pop-up performances from stuff like Red White was able to get a top 4 in Dallas, a color combination that I love, but I just had a hard time getting consistencies from. So seeing that get there was fantastic. Probably the least represented color combination is green and red, but if someone has a build that makes sense for that, that works out too. So definitely think that there could be a chance for that to pop up today.
Yeah, especially with the Xeon package. You know, you talk about Shinaju and things like that. You know, can't just be so good if you just find the right set of cards. You know, you find your curve, especially.
Yeah, and you know, the consistency is like a big thing in this game, right? Especially when we're able to get the pilot to go with the unit that you need to, right? I've said a lot of things like Star Deck RX Gundam, right? If you get to play that with Amuro on curve, or that Ailstrike with Kira, your win rate, you know, goes up
exponentially,
right? Exponentially. Yeah. So I think that those are some key combinations. If you're able to get that consistently, that's really good. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing if there's any, again, combinations I wasn't really thinking of that people have found out would work well right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much testing to be done, especially when, you know, everybody's getting this at the same time, simultaneous release. It's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, and round 1 is just paired, so it's going to be a little loud in here. We're going to go to a quick break as we figure out our first table as well. So round 1 is coming up. We'll see what we get, and we'll see you guys over there. Be right back. All right, we are back. We've got round number 1. Sorry for the quick delay, but we've got deck checks out of the way, and we've got on the left Lorcana Man with a blue and green Xeon deck, and Marred Platypus on the right with a blue-white Freedom blockers. Blue-white's just such a good color combination. It's hard to distinguish the good cards in it, right?
It really is, and especially if blue-green Xeon, you know, maybe doesn't have an ideal start. You know, if blue-white Freedom can just stabilize, you know, get to those late turns, going to be a strong deck in this one. So we're going to see how aggressive blue-green Xeon can be at the start, and if Freedom can really deal with it, especially with stuff like Amuro Ray and Lilfrith.
Yes, for sure. And it really is like, you know, if you're able to get a lot of free chip damage early, blue-green gets such an advantage, right? It's probably the best color in the game to close out with you know, not only high maneuver, Amuro being able to rest blockers too. It can be really stressful, and it's, you know, your bases do not last very long against that deck, right?
Oh, exactly. You have to get the immediate value from your bases, especially now with the trend of a lot of people playing stuff like Corsica base, right? Getting those tokens out, whether that's the one in the first base, or the 2/1/1s. Even the 2/1/1s get a lot of value in this matchup.
For sure. And so we'll see where they're at for everything. Yeah, they're good to go, and I'll start the timer for them too. 30-minute timer for this game, which I guess this is their first even in-person event, at least outside of Card Fest. So. You know,
this game shouldn't last 30 minutes.
It should not last. Yeah, if Blue Green Xeon's one of the decks, right? Like you gotta believe it's gonna be tough to get past 20.
It was funny. I mean, we were waiting for the deck check to finish, and one of my buddies playing Blue Green came up, won his round in 3 minutes.
Yeah, we're like, oh, your opponent no show up, and he's like, worse.
I got him good.
So, double sevens. All right, trying again. All right, not 10 and 7. All right, so Platypus is going to decide to go first or second. I think generically going second is best most of the time. Now, if you don't know your opponent's playing, I'm waiting for some deck to be like generically just better going first, right? And if there is one, blue-green is definitely one that could be that. Since you can be playing even a card you can play on level 1, which is really nice. Though also just playing Zaku 2/1 with the marker is really nice too. So we'll see what these opening hands look like.
Looks like the blue-white Freedom, Marred Platypus, having Lilfrith, a couple Amuro Rays, some other bodies in there. So it doesn't seem to be too bad of a hand. It looks like he's going to keep it. Looks like Xeon. He's got some Zaku too, and I think a Dom in there.
Yeah, so not too bad. I think there's a Char in there, which is almost, listen, I never draw that card, right? So I'm like, it's almost already worth it. But, you know, deciding I don't have enough low-grade lane targets, and we see 2 of them in that opening hand. I think there's 2 gun cannons, right? So we'll see. We'll see if that's the better hand for it. So if you guys don't know, also the mulligan for this game is that you draw a new 5, put your old 5 to the bottom, then do a fresh new shuffle. So it does mean that, you know, you're finding some unique cards. It also means that the cards that you saw in your opening hand, you still have access to them later in the game too by shuffling. So they're not just stuck at the bottom of your deck.
It'll be nice too, especially if your first hand before you mulligan has a couple pilots in it. More of a chance for them to be in those shields for those bursts.
Yeah, exactly too. If I see too many pilots, I'm like, all right, I need to shuffle these again to get some shield bursts from there.
Do a little bit of gambling, try to get some draw ones off the trigger. Players getting the knuckle touch, and we move into the blue-green Xeon turn. Drawing a card. Not really a lot of turn 1 plays going first in this game at this point, but we'll see if there's an overflowing affection on the blue-white side, but nothing.
Yeah, and this is pretty common in the game right now for you to be able to just, you know, just generate some resources. This is definitely the turn where I'd expect some cards to hit the board, and yeah, oh, these are great targets. This is the Zaku 2 and the Gym. Especially
going in first on your second turn, very, very strong to start, but with the blue-white Freedom playing a Lilfrith, that means it's going to be a little bit harder to crack that EX base, right? Lilfrith's such a great opposition to the Zaku 2 that's in there, that 1/2 that gains that +2 AP on attack. Yeah, and honestly, this is one of the cards that kind of warped the game around it, right? Just the fact that it is a solid statted blocker and can stop this early game. Really, really important here. But we're attacking with the 3/2 Zaku 2 going into base. We're going to get the block there, taking 2 damage. I liked it too, especially with stuff like gun tank. You force him to have this play of double gun tank, which is definitely something that you don't expect, and when it does happen, it's very strong, as you can see from blue-green, because now nothing's on the board to get rid of this Zaku 2 unless you want to pop your EX resource and use like an Amuro Ray Gundam RX, which feels really bad.
Yeah, this is a really good play. And I think Mark Platypus was correct, right? You don't want to block the 3-2 because you know that a ping can come down, but the double ping, a little bit unexpected and a little bit of a high roll from Lochronomon, but it's just, now you're in this tough position. Like, where do you go from here?
So it is going to go ahead, play an Archangel, right? Establish an EX base. Probably a Zwart or another Lilfrith. We see that Zwart in hand, but Lilfrith, just being that 4 HP body, just so much better to play. It's such a strong card in this game.
Yeah, and you kind of need to establish a base because otherwise these gun tanks could, just 1 damage each to your shields. Being able to, but if you have a Char and a Zaku 2 to break the base again, it's going to be really strong.
Yeah, especially with that 5, you want to try to make it as hard as possible to crack and have as many bodies as possible trying to do it. So the 3, go ahead with the block. Now we've got that combo that you mentioned. There goes the crack of the base, and now these gun tanks going to be taking some shields.
Yeah, the Zaku 2 very strong here. Hit the Ale strike there, and then a was it perfect strike?
Perfect score.
Yeah. For another aerial blocker there, and then playing a vanilla Zaku 2. But yeah, this is a lot of pressure already from green blue, right? And this is why people play this deck, right? This is the pretty ideal curve. I'd say this is average to above average for Lochronomon, and you do have to be worried about how much damage they can present next turn too.
Looks like drawing for turn as well on Platypus's side of Boniger Lynx. Interesting pilot in a kind of freedom build, I feel like. But
yeah.
Going to be tapping 3. Looks like maybe for the Gundam RX. Hasn't played anything yet on this 3 that he's tapped, but that's what it's looking like, especially when you have an Amuro in hand. Perfect for the level 5 going second. So going to be resting that token, and more than likely just going to be swinging at 2 bodies right now.
Yeah, but being able to get the clean, good. We're going to get rid of the Zaku 2, and it's going to be able to present a token there. But I hope we have a gun tank in hand, because otherwise we didn't really remove any pressure on the board for next turn.
Yeah, especially if this Lilfrith stays standing right now. That token's going to be a big deal. 3 body damage coming in. Definitely one of the things that I feel like blue-white is missing a lot of times for these tokens is like pink potential, right? Which is why red-blue is so good. And so comboing the Boniger with the Lilfrith now, trying to give it some extra HP, right, to be able to maybe sustain another block and live. Now a 6 HP body.
Yeah, so with everything, we're currently, I think, a 3-3. So we could trade into a gun tank, but I don't know. I don't know if I needed to remove the Zaku 2 if I couldn't clean up the token at the same time.
So is going to be swinging in. It looks like at that 2-2 body, so is going to live with 1 health right there. And then the repair on the Gundam, putting it to 2 damage on it and passing off the turn. Still a super strong position right now, especially with a linked pair. If there's a linked pair in hand, going to be able to potentially close out this game if there's no base in the shields.
Yeah, and I think, this is going to be it. We're going to start with our 1 APs. We get a Kira to hand. That's a nice ad. Going to get an Amuro, another nice ad.
All the pilots here.
Any last shield luck? Not quite. We're going to spend 3, though.
Doesn't look like there's a, show of resolve. Doesn't look like there's a linked pair right here, but putting them down to 0, I mean, you still have your EX base up. You have so much time right now, especially with the extra draw.
Yeah, we're going to play the Rick Dom and pass from there. A card that's definitely I've been thinking getting a lot more support in this one. Being able to use it for the Breach 2 has been strong. Breach 3 is like infinitely better because, being able to crack an EX base with 1 hit with it, but it's been, I think, a pretty standard ad for the deck now. Especially
any extra pressure that you can apply to those shields, right? Especially, only 1 base was played in this game so far from blue-white. So a lot of times that breach that you can get, you can destroy a unit here on field. The rest of Lilfrith blocker at this point. But we'll see. It looks like he does have a base in hand. So here's kind of the tough part about blue-white. When you're facing against these aggro decks, you have to play a base. But sometimes that just means that sacrifices the bodies that you can play on the turn.
It does, but I think we have to play one, right? It's pretty clear to us that there's just so much pressure on that other side. So looks like we're going to play out the Zawart to start us off.
Zawart, a good card in this matchup. I feel like a lot of times trades with a lot of good bodies.
Yeah, and the other thing too that you could be doing is that, I've been seeing people play like, if Ilfrith didn't have any damage on it, it'd have 6 HP, which means that Amuro wouldn't be able to rest it, which is good. Gets around that, but yeah, we need to be able to. I think we do need to play a base this turn.
Yeah, definitely need to be playing a base with that too, and so it is going to tap for that. Is going to be able to rest a 3 HP body, I believe, yeah. Yes. So that Dom is going to go sideways, probably going to be swinging into it, right? You do not want the breach to destroy one of your units and then deal the damage to your base. You want to try to force as many swings as possible to come into the base, because the more swings that come into it, the harder it is to get the game.
Yeah, and so we've got, we can probably trade the Ilfrith with the token. We can attack Gundam into the Rick Dom, right? It'd be at 1 HP and then repair to 3 HP.
Probably end this turn with the Boniger onto the Zawart just to get a higher HP body on that.
No, okay, just deciding to get rid of that. And then do we have a way? Okay, and another Boniger there, but this is a tough spot to be in for Mard, right? We still have to stabilize, I feel.
It does bring up kind of an awkward scenario, right? If there is no, after that show of resolve, if there is no linked pair that comes into the field, you really got to think about how you manage these swings and how you manage the blocks with the Zawart, right? Because this token, right, this 3/1 token currently does not KO a Zawart, right?
Yeah.
So that Boniger, that +2 is really going to get a lot of value if there's nothing that comes in. But with the Amuro, Ray is going to rest that Zawart and put up the token to a 5 at this point, and with the Char link right there, it is just going to go ahead and close out this game, right? No shields for extra base bursts in the gun tank, coming in for the win, blue-green Xeon.
Yeah, and again, it's super good at closing out the game, right? Man, we had so many pilots. We've got the one Justice, right? I think we both like this add to the deck, but yeah, I think Lorcana, man, just had a really good start. Seeing 2 Chars is 2 more than I usually see with the deck, so that's really good.
Yeah, and definitely had kind of one of the better starts that you can ask for with this deck.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is that I think there could have been a chance with Mard Platypus to just respect that the Zaku 2 was still around and try to get more damage off the board. Could have had like one more shoot potentially, but that's kind of just how that is. So quicker game for round 1, but that's kind of how this is sometimes. But I think generally it's super weird to me. When we started out the game, when it formally launched in July, I'd say that we were kind of in like a mid to control meta. A lot of people are playing like blue-white blockers, or like even like wing decks, which I think both those decks are so popular, but usually when you start with a new set, the aggro decks are the most found out and starting ones, right?
Yeah, aggro decks are very simply easier to figure out in a sense. Like a lot of people are very quick to figure out because you just try to find the most aggressive pieces, right? What can end the game in certain turns? Control builds are much more complex and try to have like a specific game plan. So it's been really interesting to see as the later GD01 stage, like these aggro decks really evolve and push into the meta.
For sure, and so like again, like blue-green Xeon has been very strong. We've been seeing like the red-blue ping, I'd say, is more aggressive leaning for that one. And then obviously if blue-purple ends up being here, that deck can be really aggressive too, right? Like you were just kind of the same vein where I'm playing bodies, I'm pinging you and just trying to put you to 0 shields as quick as possible. Especially
with multiple level 2 cost 1 bodies that you can play at the very beginning of the game.
Yeah, it's very, very strong. And also like the Rizel for blue, purple has its own with the Hakurin. That's just a really great stat line. 4/3 on a level 2 or level 3 2 cost body is great. And if you're playing blue-purple, you get to play 8 of that card if you really, really like it, right?
Yeah, it's definitely a strong point in what a lot of people consider to be a viable deck in this format, and especially in this event. So we'll see if anybody's running it today.
Yeah, and so kind of how the nature of this is going to go, like a lot of these matchups, they're either going to be kind of quicker or a little bit slower. So we're going to try to balance it out the best we can. If there's also any kind of decks that you guys want to see, let us know. We'll do our best to try to get those in the next couple rounds. It's trickier to find decks that are doing well since they're hidden deck lists for most of the time. It's not like there's an identifier for the deck when you sit down, so you have to be we have to be a little bit more on it. But we'll try our best to see if we can find some more diversity across the board too. So we're going to take a break. I'm going to say we've got about 6 minutes left in time. So I'm going to say 15 minutes. We're going to be doing deck checks before the game starts too, so that will add a little bit more maintenance time on the top ends. But we'll do our best to keep that at a minimum and find what we got from there. So we'll be back with round number 2. We'll see you guys over there, and we'll be right back. All right, we've got round 2 of the Core TCG Los Angeles Regionals. I'm joined with Jake. How you doing, Jake?
It's good. We had a good round 1. A little bit quick, but that's typically sometimes how you see it with blue-green aggro. Definitely a great start that he had, and going to be seeing it again in this round, but a different kind of blue-white deck. We've got Strongest Wizard over here on the left side with his special tempo deck that he's been playing lately.
Yeah, and Jake, I'm happy that you're here. But the if you weren't here, Sos would be here. So I wanted to make sure that he was on the stream no matter what, just to just to see him here. But he is playing this deck. He's like, I really want to play. I'm really enjoying the Gundam card game right now. I've got a build that I'm really happy about, and obviously worked out round 1. He's undefeated right now, going into round 2, and hope he does a good time with this one. Especially with
the different things that you can see in blue specifically, right? We saw how good Amuro Ray was in that last match, and how it's really good at removing bodies, and especially when you have stuff like Sword Strike in the deck, you have stuff like the new base that puts back a body, going to be really good in this matchup to try to control board and try to get farther or closer and closer to the stabilization.
Yeah. Yes. And so they did just get a deck check too, so just making sure to do some extra shuffling here, and we'll see who ends up winning the dice roll as well. And we are good for the timer, so they're going to start off there. So again, dice roll kind of important. I think most decks want to go second as well. Or it looks like they might have already if Akira has the EX resource out there.
So going to see, looking at Strongest Wizard's hand, he's got Lilfrith, Overflowing Affection, Sword Strike, so pretty decent hand. I really like what he's got at this point, and it looks like Akira as well going to be liking that hand. Going to be putting out their shields.
Yep, and then we've got Akira here. We've got the Rick Dom here as well. He needs his EX base.
Yeah, this game might be a little bit harder if Strongest Wizard doesn't have a EX base.
Here, I'll make sure he has.
Oh, there we go. We got one.
Okay, yeah, he does have one. Yeah. Oh, he's got the Xeon one. Oh yeah, that was a nice one.
And players are off. Starting off with 1, nothing to play here, but I think he just drew a 2-1. Oh no, he drew a Kira, yeah. So Kira's going to be really nice, at least with that Sword Strike. You really like to have that in hand. We see Akira right here, just playing his 2-1 right here. Just a nice 2-2 to be able to potentially utilize in the coming turns.
All right, and we're on 2. Looks like we're going to spend 1 for an Overflowing. Generally, if you don't have the EX resource for these blue-white decks, like there are some like, 1-cost level 2s or Zaward, but really it's just Overflowing and hoping that they're not too aggressive on this early game.
So going to be pitching that perfect strike right there and playing out his 2-2 body right here. Going to be nice to compete with these other bodies on the field, but now Akira going into his 3 does have a Zaku right there, that 3-2.
Yes, he does have the Zaku here, and yeah, the card that we played, a new Star Deck 5. I know that Sos is a big fan of Iron Blooded Orphan, so he's not playing any purple today, but he is playing the grays there, so still being able to represent it. And yeah, the Char Zaku 2 with Char on curve couldn't be me. could not be my fortune here, but being able to get rid of the EX base, putting down to 5 shields, and back to Sos here.
And did go ahead and use his EX resource, pop that early on the 3, so he's only going to have 3 resources in the next turn. Sos is going to have to try to clear up some board a little bit now that he's at level 3 as well. Just going to do a quick trade right there with the 2 2s and go ahead and play Lilfrith, a great body to have with 1 resource open.
Yeah, only issue with this is that, again, the Char Zaku 2, unblockable with the Char underneath it. And even if you did block it, right, you're 2 HP, or 2 AP against a 3 HP unit. So one good thing, though, is that, with them using the EX resource, that Gundam and Amuro can't be coming down, which would be terrible, a really good counter to this card. So you get a little bit of a reprieve.
So is going to be playing 2 for that. Dom now taking a swing at the shield. It's going to be an Ale Strike, so no effects really. Looking to tap this last one to get another body out on the field, getting a nice aggressive board. But now at 4, I believe Sword Strike Kira is now active.
It is, yeah, and I think we have both those cards in there. We get some really good removal potential here. So
I think we have 3 Sword Strikes in hand.
Yeah, now it just gets to, do we have enough pilots to pair with them to be able to get, or sorry, link with them to get their effects, right?
So the cool thing about Sword Strike right now, going to be able to get rid of 2 different bodies. So be able to swing at 1 and push back a 3 HP or less into the hand on another is going to be really nice for this board control. I think he's got another Kira in hand, a regular Kira art. So going to be doing the search off of the destroyed Zaku, not finding anything to be able to grab off of there. That's going to be huge.
That's huge.
If you're strongest wizard right now to be able to control this game.
Whenever I see that, I'm like, oh, they put 3 pies to the bottom of their deck.
Exactly.
That's a benefit for me.
So now going to be at 4. Does have that Amuro Ray in hand, a couple copies of Amuro Ray if he wants to rest and continue going to swing. Especially with this Dom, might be able to rest this Lilfrith and then swing at the Sword Strike. You want to remove this Sword Strike as much as you can.
Yep, so we're going to go 5 into there. I do think they do end up trading, right? But Breach 2 ends up happening. And we end up, a Striker Pack.
Striker Pack's
good burst.
Going to be really, really nice. Now Sos really just has to decide whether or not he wants to get a,
it's the 3-3.
Oh, yeah, it's the 3-3. I'm sorry. Yeah, only on your turn do you get to decide. Sos 3-3 body still very respectable.
Yeah. Very, very good target there. And it's really like one of the only bursts in the game that lets you build bodies on board. And, yeah, especially a blocker like this, you'd hate to see this as Akira.
So going to be finishing off the turn, playing that GM right there. Going to be getting the board wide, but now sitting at 5 is going to go ahead, tap 3 to get a Corsica base.
Yeah.
To get a token out. He's going to be able to get the 3-3 token. 4-2, I'm sorry, yeah. So with 2 resources left, we'll see if he decides to put out another body or anything. I think he's got another Lilfrith in hand as one of the better bodies in the game. Just passes off the turn right there, no swings.
Yeah, and we have now all these blockers, right? We want to be able to interact with them. Again, Akira playing the blue-green Xeon, we have like the best way to interact with these bases and blockers, but we have to find the pieces at the same time.
And especially with the Corsica base, just getting that value right there, right? In comparison to Archangel, where you need to have the resources active, Akira is going to be finding another as Char linked pair right here. Going to be nice to get that high maneuver to be able to clear base.
Yeah. And that's like the issue with this, like you need to establish bases, but they also have like the best way to remove them too. So it can be quite the uphill battle, but you are kind of running out of steam, right? Like you can get some really good blocks here. Like it's going to be kind of trivial to remove the Zaku 2 and the token it makes. So, Akira has to really try to push for game pretty soon.
He's thinking about right now going in and resting a body with the Amuro Ray, right? I think one of the better things if you do decide to play that Amuro Ray is to rest the 3-3, right? Especially with the 2-2s. That way the Lilfriths don't KO bodies, but ends up passing.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think the tempo is starting to swing to Sosa's side. We're actually finding time to play Show Resolve, so draw 2 right here.
I think really just looking for Pirates. We find Overflowing Affection and Unforeseen Incident on the draw, so might just go ahead with the rest of these resources after doing a couple swings, just playing out some bodies.
Yeah, and we're hopeful to find like a Sword Strike and a another Kira, but we're still in an okay spot here. We've got 3 resources left open, and I think we have an Unforeseen Incident as well, but no gun tanker way to clear up this token. Does feel a little bad.
So he's got to really decide on what he wants to do, especially with the Unforeseen. Can be really nice into some of these bodies to be able to negate a swing in general right now. So maybe leaning a little bit more towards the Overflow to get some filter going, or play this Rizel and leave one open. Right, Rizel, a great body to be able to combat against this deck.
Yeah, and I think, again, like there is the... I would expect Unforeseen Incident to be in hand, and that can just prevent another damage, which is huge here.
Especially with only 2 cards in hand, Amuro Ray and GM only going to be getting 2 swings in on this turn. Can be able to rest one of those blockers so you can guarantee that you're going to be getting a shield at this point. So playing a GM with the first one, really trying to think about if he wants to play, and it looks like he is going to go the Amuro Ray.
Yeah, and so this is, I might have missed it. Is this on the old unit?
No, this is the brand new unit.
Okay,
so the brand new unit, is not going to be able to get the swing. It looks like is actually swinging into some of these bodies right here. So swung the Zaku into the token, but the Unforeseen Incident going to be able to negate that GM damage. So interesting turn there. Everything is going to restand now.
Yeah, and again, we've got such a wall of blockers. If we're down to 1 shield, that's where you're afraid of being able to get bursted down by blue-green. But when there's 3 blockers on board, 2 shields, Sosa's definitely starting to stabilize here.
Yeah, especially now with an Ale Strike that came off of the draw for a turn. Was digging for a pilot maybe off of that Overflowing Affection, but is going to start swinging at these bodies right here, deal 2 damage to the GM, and keep this active. I think one of the reasons why, Akira may be swinging at the blockers in the last turn is to force the bodies that if he wants to trade or if he wants to block, he's going to have to take KOs. So is going to go ahead now start getting aggressive with nothing in hand. We see a Corsica base, which is going to be able to pop, is going to be able to draw that life right there. So Sosa now has to decide what he wants to do with the rest of the turn. I think Ale Strike, a perfect card to be able to play right here. And with the 3-2, it's going to be...
3-2, okay.
Going to be on the field right now and is going to have so much pressure with the full 6 bodies, right? The maximum amount that you can have on the field.
Yeah, and it's a small upgrade. And a lot of these kind of Federation tempo decks are playing Thwart, but it not being able to attack in the late game feels kind of bad. This is 1 level higher, helps you in so many spots. I really like this ad.
Especially with the 3 HP, right? Deals a lot of damage, especially, when you talk about the 3-2 Zakos that have the char on them, right? It's great to be able to combat against those. But an RX coming in and a Zaku coming in, just going to spread out the field of bodies and maybe thinking about not swinging this GM.
Yeah, and, you are kind of pressured to not... I think you do, you just probably block with the...
Yeah, you block with the 3-2, get rid of that body. You don't want to block with the Lilfrith, right? Because as you were talking about earlier, Lilfrith only having 2 attack is not going to be able to clear that. But that card, great to be able to use. And it looks like a Gundam RX is in the hand right now. I don't think we have a pilot to be able to pair with it, especially like Amuro, but we can start getting aggressive and clearing the base, swinging the Rizel and the Lilfrith to clear it, and now going in at the shields.
A little aggressive here.
I think especially with no cards in hand for Akira, not really worried about with this Ale Strike losing the game on this coming turn. You got multiple blockers that are active and still 2 shields left, and there's a lot to be able to get through right now.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to replace one of our units, going to replace the Ilfrith here for an RX. Love this ad here, and this is going to be really tough. Kira top decking 1 card. I don't really know what you can do with this board anymore. I think Sosa's stabilized, he's pushed to the advantage and set up to win on the next turn.
So Corsica base is going to be able to play 2/1/1 tokens on the field, which is really nice, but I don't think it really helps you, especially when those tokens cannot swing. They aren't blockers or anything like that. Sos has a clear game plan to victory in this coming turn.
All right, well, we've got a single. I think we play the card we get, right?
Not sure the card that we got, but it looks like it's a pilot maybe, or no, gun tank. So gun tank is going to be able to clear a body, which is really nice, but I mean, even if this last shield is a base, I think Sos can still get the victory just from these swings. So now you just have to decide, do you apply the pressure from these swings that you do have on the Gundam RX, the Zaku, right? What if it's a pilot coming in? So is going to be going at the Rizel, just trying to clear the board right now, but the unforeseen incident coming in is going to be able to clear that Gundam RX.
It doesn't, it stays on the board. Yeah, it doesn't go back to hand. It just, no damage is taken. Oh no, it gets removed. Yeah.
It gets destroyed, but the Rizel does not take damage, right? As that was not a linked unit or paired unit for extra damage. So now swinging with the Zaku, I think probably just like block with Ale Strike, right? Yeah, you get the destruction there. Does not create a token because there is no pair, and you still have health on that.
Yeah, and again, the numbers are going to be kind of weird, right? Because you have all these 4 AP things as a 5 HP base, and if the last card's a base too, you got to do like some weird numbers too, but I think you just got to go down the line. Yeah, still no pilot. We had the one Kira on curve, which is all we needed, and we've been able to just use bodies down the line otherwise. So
he is going to clear that base. Lilfrith, no base in the last life. Strongest Wizard going to get the win on the Blue-White Federation tempo that he's been cooking with. Did have a base in life, which was going to be very helpful. So it was his game to win.
Yeah, I think that he had a really good shot. And, you know, even though you weren't able to find your pilots, you were able to use your units successfully. I think Unforeseen Incident also got a lot of tempo back in his side, helped him stabilize, and, you know, a pretty good game there. So
especially with Unforeseen Incident being so good in this matchup, right, with Akira and Blue-Green Xeon just having low number swings, right? A lot of times Unforeseen Incident, as you saw in that game, can just negate an entire attack in general, as most of the attacks are 3 or less.
Yeah, 100%. So, you know, maybe Sos made the right decision playing today instead of commentating. We'll keep an eye on him throughout the rest of the tournament. But really good game there. I'm happy we were able to watch that one. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, especially because that game went vastly different than what we saw in the last one. You know, still a good game as players both had pretty good hands, I would say.
Yeah.
But yeah, especially with the Blue-Whites just being 2 different decks in general, it was good to see like a different showcase.
For sure, yeah, 100% agree. I still want to see some red-blue today, which I think we'll find, but the last round was a little bit touch and go. I'm going to be insistent that we try to find a purple game for round 3. I know you guys are really interested to see how the deck works, how it's going to do this weekend, with it being the first weekend of it being out in not only North America, but the whole world to be used competitively. A lot of people are interested in seeing that. So,
including myself.
Including us, yeah. Like I sincerely, if I was playing this weekend, I had like a week to prepare, which that never happens.
Oh no.
Either or, but I would put a lot of time into blue-purple, right? I think it has like a nice like natural like evolution from like red-blue, right? The deck is different, but there are like so many good mechanics. Mikazuki just being able to say, hey, I get to do 1 damage anywhere. It doesn't matter, I take the damage too. It's almost always advantage to your side.
Especially with so many like 1 HP tokens, right, that are running around. Just being able to have such good removal is so huge.
Yeah, 100%. So I'm looking forward to that. I hope we get to see one, and I'm going to be, again, very insistent for that. But I also know that there's a lot of Zaft players who want to see some action, so hopefully some either red-white builds of that. If we can have any of those be successful, I'd love to get those on stream too. So with that in mind, I'm going to do my best. I'm actually going to walk over to the judge table now, see if I can apply a little bit extra pressure, but I'd love to see that, and I know you guys would too. So anyways, we're going to be done with this round. We're going to go into round 3. We should have 9 to 10 rounds today since we have the full 768, which is exciting. Only Swiss, no top cut, but should be a long day and a good day too. So we'll be back, and we'll see you guys in round number 3. All right, we are back. We've got round number 3. We apologize for the extended delay, but we got a pretty good match. Oh, we do have to fix the names real quick. So we've got on the right, we've got green.
On the right side, we got green, white wing over here. And then on the left side, some blue-purple going on. What a lot of players think of is the best combination right now for purple in the beginning of the ST05 era. Gonna see it in action today, and it's gonna be really interesting to see how it matches up to Wing Gundam, right? I think both of these decks are kind of like late game-ish decks, right? With Barbatos being a level 6 unit, being able to deal that extra damage and be able to maybe clear the board a little bit.
Sure.
Prep for it's going to be really interesting to see with the blue-purple style, right? Dealing damage to yourself. Going to be interesting to see how that interacts with something like Wing Zero, right? Being able to deal so much AP, how the players play around that, you know, and see if B-Toasty can really do some things with it.
For sure. And, you know, with the new keyword suppression, right, it's not something that I think resolves every game, but if you're not playing around it, you can definitely be in a situation, oh, I have enough shields, you know, they don't have a way to really punish me, and you can definitely get punished. That definitely, the suppression, double shield damage can come up, especially against something like Wing, where you have a little bit more time to set up and ways to you know, even just establish Barbatos early, you can do that.
Yeah, especially once that Barbatos comes down on field. Going to be interesting to see how consistently Leo can get up those bases, right? Because suppression with a base intact does not necessarily matter. It's when you have those bare open shields that the double shield take is going to be a big deal.
Yes, 100%. So we'll see if that comes up. Obviously, it's like the new thing of the weekend, right? A lot of people want to see how purple is going. So currently 2-0, and we'll see if we get a 3-0. But honestly, I'm happy to see Wing Gundam are, you know, we're going to see a lot of Xeon throughout the day. So taking a day off from seeing green, blue, you know, a round off of that will be nice.
And it looks like Leo over here on the side has a couple sword strikes in hand. We see a Hero U, which is a great pilot, especially for this wing deck, but has Ale Strike and Freedom and decides to keep the hand right here. It looks like both players ending up keeping the hand. It's going to be interesting. I don't think I saw Toasty's hand to see what they had on the field.
Yeah, and just making sure, there still are some ways to set up your shields, right? As long as the top card of your deck becomes your last shield, that order does kind of matter. And
especially if both players are aware of, you know, what is considered the top of your shields.
Right.
You know, just having clear communication within the game. But rocking with the Soletta resources, going to be passing off the turn for Wing, going first in this game.
All right, yeah, there's the token there, or the token deck on the right side, but we've got our Soletta on both sides. All right, we've got some Soletta resources today.
So Toasty, having a decent hand for the early game, is going to be able, starting off at level 2, go ahead, play the GM, but going to be popping the EX resource on the first turn to put out 2 bodies, just really try to apply pressure in this early game, especially as some of these decks may not have a lot of stuff to be able to play in these early stages, is probably going to almost guarantee that the EX base is going to be cracked on this turn. Leo thinking about playing a Hawk. Oh, no, he can't play the Hawk of Endymon. Just has to pass right here. So a bare field. Toasty, you'll love to see that right now, is going to be able to clear. We'll see on level 2 if there's any more. I think they had another GM in the hand. So could just go really wide board right now and really get a start. But with that action step, is Hawk of Endymon level 3?
I think it's level 3.
I don't know if you can play that at the start.
Let me see. It is level 2.
No, level 2. Okay.
There's a It is one of the cheapest pilots in the game for sure. But there are level 3 ones. So good call out just to make sure that card can be played. But
Very nice in that action step to be able to keep that EX base alive, right, to negate one of the attacks, putting the 3 HP or less back into the hand. And so Tosi just playing both of those bodies down on their level 2, now going to level 3, and Leo still nothing to play in this early game.
Yeah, and I would say, like, I've almost never seen an EX resource crack turn 1 beneficially, but when you have so many level 2 1-cost units right here, and you're playing against a slower deck right now, you can apply so much pressure from all these gyms and these grazes here.
So it is going to be going into the shields and overflowing affection to start. I think there's an unforeseen incident in the hand, so might go ahead and play it on this final swing just to be able to save your shields a little bit more. So unforeseen incident is going to be popped. Still all 3 resources up for Toasty. Is going to go ahead, tap 1 for another 1 body potentially. Right there, just the 2/2s are coming in. A strong point right now for this early game. And a Rizel going to be nice in case a base comes down in the coming turn.
Yeah, and this is really aggressive. Honestly, we're not seeing anything unique yet to purple, but when we get so much pressure early, it's going to be tough for so many decks to adapt to. Again, we've got 5 bodies on our 3rd turn here.
So it looks like Leo going to be playing a Sword Strike and Kira combo. Going to be really nice, as we saw in the last round, how good this combo can be to be able to clear these kind of low to the ground spam board bodies. So more than likely going to be swinging at one of these bodies and putting another one into the hand. Is going to put a rested GM and KO the purple 2/2.
Yeah.
Just pass off the turn from there. Did a good job clearing out some bodies, but we'll see if this Sword Strike can be able to live. I would have liked to see the Rizel back into the hand, right? Because the Rizel going to be really nice to potentially trade into this Sword Strike.
Yeah,
right
but with
here.
it having 3 HP, we're 1 HP short from being able to do that, right? So, it just something we couldn't have done with the current setup. All right, we've got 4 resources with. I mean, we know that we've had at least 1 thing to play out of hand. If we want to try to set them to 2 shields right now, we can. But I think Sword Strike, yeah, is definitely worth it, since it can kind of do 2-for-1s throughout the rest of the game. You want to protect these 2/2s.
So is going to go in. Going to be Witch and the Bride, a card that we don't really see in a lot of white decks, but is going to be able to remove a body, and a lot of good stuff right now for Leo to be able to keep bodies off the field despite not really playing anything right now. As Toasty goes in, taps 2. We'll see what they play off of this. Looks like the Hyakuren, I believe it is.
Yeah.
And the GM combo leaving 1 up, but potentially tapping it. Looks like they are going to play just another double GM right now to be able to just keep this board so wide, and we'll see now. We know that there's an Ale Strike in hand hitting level 5. We see a Wing Gundam coming in. We know they have the hero in there, so could be getting some breach momentum if we want to. Wing Gundam being able to attack active characters.
Yeah, so yeah, this turn would definitely be Ale if we can. That'd help us perhaps putting the Hyakuren back if we have any of these pilots, and then we'll be, I think, at level 6 next turn. So Wing Hero would be really good for that. All right, looks like we are waiting on the decision here. And I think that's the decision is a couple of things. One, we do have a base, right? I think we've got Desert Base there. So without them presenting 6 AP on board, it does prevent 2 attacks. We could also, use the Ale with Hero to bounce the Hyakuren back. We don't get to attack, and then it means that we don't get to attack with Wing next turn without another Hero, but could be, I think there are some decisions here.
I think the biggest problem for you right now is a lot of these 2/2s, right? With the Desert Base having 6 HP, right, to one of the bigger bases in the game. It's perfect math for these 2/2s to be able to clear it. So it is going to go ahead, draw a card off that. It's going to be another Freedom right there, and tapping the 4 for the Ale Strike, passing off the turn. Is going to be nice to potentially clear one of these bodies, but going to try to get a lot of swings in at this base in this coming turn, now hitting level 5.
Yeah, so I mean, this is kind of nice. It means that if they do have like a one-shot way to get rid of the base, your Ale Strike can do some damage there, and at least protect it. It wouldn't be difficult. I think if we have Amuro and we attach it to the Hyakuren, that would get us so much value right here, right? All right, but just going 4.
So the 4 is going to go into the base right here. Still 2 HP left on this base and still all 5 resources open. Is going to go ahead, tap 4 potentially?
Yeah, Toasty tapping. Yeah, it looks like spending 4 resources, maybe. Maybe just making sure there's 4. I do love the pilot and an aerial combination. Really, really nice there. So using the showovers.
Should be that middle card in that stack of 3. Yeah, that should be the one on the top. Yeah.
There we go. Nice call out. I would have maybe done that first, because if that did draw me an Amuro, I would have gotten a way better trade. But it looks like we might have gotten a Mikazuki. Not sure if it's useful anymore with Kakurin already attacking, but
I guess the Mikazuki could be really nice, right? To be able to put a damage on the Ale Strike, right? Dealing a damage to both your body and his body, and really just apply the pressure on swinging with these 2/2s that says, okay, if I swing with this boosted body on the pilot and you block, we trade both of these bodies and you remove the Ale Strike off the field.
The other thing, if they do block here, even if just 1 damage and you have like maybe a gun tank in hand, right? And that's why I think Blue Purple has so many abilities to be like, getting these incremental trades that are nice. You have this decision, like you can get rid of the base, you can get rid of Ale Strike, you can do both this turn.
Especially with a little bit slower the game on Leo's side. A lot of different choices that you can make, and it looks like playing
the Star Deck Barbatos, the level 4 one.
It's going to be swinging now, using the GM to clear the Ale Strike. Now going in, just clearing the base now at this point.
And passing from there. So 3 shields left for Leo, but definitely running out of a little bit of steam from B Toasty. And, we've got some late game stabilization targets, but we still have to kind of get there. All right, and I think as you mentioned before, it looks like we do have Wing and Hero, so that could be a good combination right here. Gets rid of 1 body, but again, they still have 3 on the board here.
So going to be getting that pair right here. We'll see, probably going to be swinging into this active unit, I would say. You don't want to get that extra AP going to be able to potentially trade in bodies in the future. He's going to go ahead and swing and clear that unit right there. Take 2 damage, but the breach clearing the EX base.
It's always so funny, like there's so many times I play Wing, and the first way to get rid of the EX base is with a casual breach 5 from Wing 0, right?
Yeah.
You're such a control deck early, and then you get to kind of flip the table when you start playing your Wings.
So now going into level 6, we'll see if they can play some more bodies out onto the field. I see a gun tank in there.
Would have been great last turn. Oh, Barbatos here, though.
So we're seeing the brand new card from the starter deck. 5 is going to put a damage over there on that top side. That 4/3 to get an extra AP.
I always forget that effect. The suppression just gets so much of my eyesight that I have to remember this. But we've got the Mikazuki to go with it. This is going to be a huge turn. We could win right here.
Yeah, especially with that suppression, being able to take 2 shields at the same time, especially if there's no bases in the shield area, can just go ahead and mat this out.
All right, we're attacking in. This is going to be suppression, taking the first 2 at the same time. Wing and Wing, so no burst effects. Yeah, that could be it right here. We're going with the Grays. Hawk back there, and yeah, B Toasty ends up taking it with suppression and the blue and purple Barbatos. So
blue and purple just getting that early aggression with all of those small bodies, just kind of maximizing on Leo's slow start, just having so many big bodies in hand with the Ale Strikes, the Freedoms, Sword Strike, clearing out the bodies early and being able to constantly apply pressure. Gonna start them out 3-0 in this tournament.
Yeah, really, really good performance, and I think that game just kind of went how B Toasty went, right? And again, I haven't done a lot of testing with this. I only had so much time, but identifying that I had so many 2-1s in my hand. Yes, let's use the EX resource. Let's put some early pressure. Getting them down to 3 shields early meant that suppression was enough to go for game, and it got them the game there.
So definitely a good one in that. Hopefully we'll see a little bit more on these top tables, the blue-purple, to see how it does in some of the other matchups right now.
Yeah, for sure. And we haven't seen a couple other decks I would expect. I think there's red blue, right? Red blue is one of my favorite decks in the game right now. So we haven't seen that quite yet. I want to see if we can find any red whites that are 3-0. I don't think that's outrageous to hear as well. I don't know the entire color combination of the event yet. We've got 768 players, right? There might be some red green players too. I'm less confident in that, but it could happen. I don't know if I ever asked you for this, but refresh my mind. What would you be playing today? Was it blue-white?
I would be playing blue-white blockers. I'm a big just Wish for Mercury fan, so I try to slide, Soletta and Aerial in a deck, and that's probably the best combination for that. But I do really enjoy, especially watching stuff like red-blue, right, with the ability to ping and be able to spread out that damage and really fix numbers in a sense. And especially with blue-purple, right, being able to deal damage to yourself for extra effects leads to some really cool color combinations and really good combos in the deck.
Yeah, I think that's something that, again, blue-white from the get-go, I think a lot of people are like, this is clearly the best color combination in the game. And I think that's kind of been waning a little bit as we've gone farther into this format, but it's just like, there's so many good cards, right? It has the most card draw, it has the most amount of consistency in this game. When this is a game that's based on you finding your units and pilots at the right time, that's can be really helpful. And it definitely, if you get to the late game, I think blue-white has a better top deck war as well, right? So if you're able to stabilize and get there, you can win a lot of games just from your opponent running out of resources instead.
Yeah, especially what we saw in the last round with Strongest Wizard, in his tempo deck, just getting to that late game, at level 7 against an aggro deck like blue-green, just trying to outvalue those bodies and be able to set up an impossible board to get through.
For sure. So, and then this was our first round that we saw green-white. I think in the first month, green-white was probably maybe not overrepresented, but highly represented.
Very popular.
Yeah, and it was definitely more of like a North American shift from my data and what I've been able to see. I think it's been waning a little bit. I also do think that there might be a difference between, sometimes Wing was the most expensive deck in the game, right? And I think blue-green has probably been consistently one of the cheaper decks to build too, so that has a bit of a, if you're trying to get product for this game right now, that's a big thing for being able to just have accessibility for those decks. So, but I definitely think Wing's been getting a little bit worse as the weeks have been going on, and I do think that blue-purple can be another bad matchup. So if that's in the meta, that's another bad matchup for you to contend with.
Especially when they get so aggressive in the early game and you don't find like Lilfriths or anything like that, right? Lilfrith, a popular body in the white-green Wing combination.
Yeah, and I think there have been, different builds. I don't know their build specifically, but we didn't see Death Scythe in their build right there, which I know some people have been leaning off a little bit, just in favor of more blockers. Obviously, the Ale Strike package, the Kira package has been good. Freedom Gundam can be great, but when you see two of them in your hand early game, you're like, why couldn't you be an Ilfrith, right? So I think that's some differences in builds for that, and it is cool. I think blue-green is probably the only deck that has like the build right now, but every other color combination has these tech choices or to help you in these matchups that you really want to try to counter.
Yeah, and that's the cool thing, especially about simultaneous release, players trying out different things and trying to find out what combos, can surprise people and not expect and what people can't prepare for. It really bodes well in a tournament format such as this.
Yes, definitely. So that's going to be it for this round. So this is round 3. We're about a third of the way. Again, we're expecting 9 or 10 rounds, and we'll know for sure about that when we're closer, probably around 6 or 7. I'm going to see if there's any other kind of spicier decks we can find for this event too. So we'll see how that is looking there, and we'll be back with round number 4. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. We've got round number 4. We were waiting for the deck checks to finish, but we know what we're playing against and what it's going to look like. So what do we got for round 4?
We have got blue-white, I know is one of them, blue-white blockers, but also on the other side we got green-white wing. So going to be revisiting green-white wing, right? We saw it in the last round. Didn't necessarily do what the deck usually does in a lot of situations, but two decks that go pretty slow, right? Try to establish in the late game. It's going to be really curious to see how those two play out, especially with blue-white blockers having, in my opinion, a little bit different of some choices in the deck build.
Yeah, and the biggest thing with blue-white, especially when we saw, round 2, we saw like a more Federation, like tempo build. You really don't know what you're playing against until like turn 5 or so, right? It could be more aggressive than you're expecting. It could be more defensive than you're expecting. And honestly, we did look at Boko's list. It's a little bit more unusual, which I think that you could get caught off guard by some of the cards he's playing.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how those play out, especially in a matchup where Breach is very impactful, maybe like First Strike, things like that with Death Scythe. And we'll see how it goes on here as players are just now getting into the table and getting set up in this one. Going to be curious, especially as we see blue-white blockers a lot more lists after those Japan Championships that we saw playing Justice Gundam.
Yeah.
We'll see if Justice Gundam has an impact in this game. Being able to play that 2/2 Triple Strike Alliance token could be nice.
It's a little bit expensive, and you don't get the link with the blue-white pair, but you know what? A unit that plays a unit that is a handy blocker at times, it's not terrible. Especially
when you talk about Justice Gundam's attack effect, right? During a pair. It doesn't have to be a linked pair. It can just be a regular pair. So any of the pilots that are good in the blue-white blockers package, you know, Kira, Amuro, sometimes Soletta as well. It's going to be curious to see if we can get to those stages, especially, you know, that's only a level 7 that we can get that combo off and get that token to be able to attack on the turn that it's played if we want to do that.
For sure. And it looks like they're finishing setting up, so let's just jump on over to our table here. All right, and as mentioned again, we're going to have blue-white blockers versus green-white wing Gundam, and we try to find a non-aggressive match. I think there is a chance that this game takes longer than the last 3 games on stream combined, but we'll see what that looks like. And they're just finishing setting up, but yeah, I'm looking forward to this matchup.
It's going to be really interesting as well, right? Especially with blue-white blockers. One of the things that you really have to worry about is that wing 0, right? Dealing 3 damage to so many of your little blockers on the field, right? It's really tough to be able to play Zwart in the late game, right? Which I think you're not a fan of Zwart, right? For like one of those reasons. It's
so I respect what it does, right? And I think it's been net positive in the decks I played in, but just so many times late game, I'm like, what is this? Like, this could be, there's so many better cards this could be right now. It's only really, really good, I think, in the first turn or 2, and then after that it gets a little bit tougher. So we'll see. It looks like we are setting up, and we'll see who, it looks like Ryan's going to be able to go first on the right here.
It's going to be really nice, especially as blue-white blockers, you know, hitting level 2 really early. Even though you don't typically play a 2-1 body, a lot of times you do have overflowing affection, which is your typical 2-1 for a turn. So we'll see if they've got it in the starting hand. Haven't seen either of the hands for the players. I think the judge getting the time situated. So we're getting ready to go. Try to get a good look at their starting hands to see who's going to mulligan to start the game.
Yeah, and I think we are good with that. Just making sure we're good. And are they? Yeah, okay, no, we're just good. We're good on the names and stuff too. So just making sure we're all correct. And I think we are good to go. All right, and they are going, and we're starting our time. So time might be a little bit more of a resource in this matchup compared to the other ones that we've seen. And real quick, in case you guys don't know how this works, is that it is 30-minute round, and then once we get to time, it depends on who's going first. So Ryan being the player who goes first, if it ends on his turn, then if times get started on his turn, it goes 0, 1, 2, 3. Otherwise, if Boko is the player whose turn it is, it's then just turn 1, 2, 3. So it just means that Ryan doesn't get like an additional turn by going first when time's called.
Didn't get a good look at blue-white blockers Bokonist's hand, but Ryan having 2 overflowing affections, a wing Gundam, a desert base, and a Hero U does get a Lilfrith, so that's going to be nice for the early game at least.
Yeah, and you know, again, early game in this game, there's not like a lot of things to play. If you're playing aggressive, playing like a Zaku 2, but overflowing affection generally is a really good start for a lot of these decks.
Especially as overflowing draws into another overflowing. We see Ale Strike, which is a great card in this deck, and the matchup ends up pitching an overflowing off of the overflowing. You hate to see that, honestly, if you're Ryan, because that means that the hand's probably pretty good.
Yeah, just saying, you know what, I don't need any more filtering. I've seen the cards I want to see, and we might see, another overflowing right back. So we've seen 3 overflowings already in this game.
So unforeseen incident and a hero, not necessarily bodies, but we got pilots up in this hand, and we'll see what he decides to trash. I mean, especially because we have another overflowing in hand, you got to imagine that that's going to be used off of this other resource. So it's really just a question of what do you pitch off of this right now. He's thinking of pitching the wing 0.
Yeah, and without, I mean, seeing the overflowing, it means either one. If they don't know what they're playing, it's either a mirror match or blue-white, right? And wing can be kind of obnoxious to deal with for blue-white. But yeah, it looks like wing 0 is going to hit the trash here and passing it back.
So it looks like just passing off the turn, not wanting to use the other overflowing affection in hand. We did see the unforeseen incident get drawn in there, but with the Lilfrith coming down over on the left side, just going to play that and pass, moving into Ryan's turn. He's got a couple bodies that he could play. Might be thinking of an overflowing and Lilfrith combo on this turn. Does find Ale Strike and another Lilfrith. The bodies are starting to flow in now.
Yeah, and putting one in the trash, putting one on the battle area, and passing it right back.
So is going to move into now Bokonis' turn. Now going to be at level 4, can play out some other bodies, especially with a deck that has a Gundam RX and Amuro Ray, but we're going in with the Sword Strike at this point. The Sword Strike is going to be nice in case there's maybe any Zwarts on the green-white side, right? A card that is sometimes played in the deck to be able to put back into the hand, or especially with, you know, if they block with a Lilfrith, right, and the Lilfrith has 2 HP, could be something to put that back into the hand potentially.
Yeah, and one thing, I don't think we mentioned this too, that, you know, the first discard being a Wing Zero, not only did we get rid of that card, but now your opponent immediately knows what they're playing against, right? And that can posture their turns. Hiding that information for an extra turn or two, if you just played, you know, Ilfrith and passed, like they could be saying, oh, I don't know if this is a mirror match or Wing Zero now. So that is like a minor thing in some of these tournament situations where, you know, not knowing your opponent's deck means you're not necessarily playing the best against them.
So goes in and does play that 3-4 blocker right there on the field. Not a card that we see a lot of times, I feel like, in these partially white decks, but definitely a nice one to have on the field right now as we get into the staring contest between the two players. Who turns their card sideways first is going to be the real question.
Yeah, and the weird thing is, like, both these players, you know, you have so many good ways to trade aggressively that you don't want to give them that opportunity. Launcher Strike as well. It has been getting like a little bit more of an uptick. This was a really good beta card that people are ending up using. Being able to have a link with an Earth Alliance trait means that you can also use Hawk of Endymion for the link too, but it's been usually like 2 copies or so if you do end up playing it.
So Bokonis going on the aggressive after getting the Gundam RX and Amuro Ray combo, resting the Lilfrith. He's going to end up swinging with this Lilfrith that he has. So 1 resource open for Ryan with that unforeseen incident that we saw earlier, but is going to be going at the EX base, and because of that Gundam RX effect right on the pair, getting that +1 to everything, that Lilfrith's actually swinging for 3 and is going to clear the base.
It's always, especially as commentating without hearing players, I always have to be like, oh yeah, it's attacking for 3, right? That's such a big boon when you're attacking into an EX resource, and we're actually going on the aggression here. I'd be kind of tempted to maybe get some value trades, but it looks like we're just going to trade the Launcher Strike, and we are going to use the Unforeseen here and get a great trade. I
like the Unforeseen right here. Is just only going to deal, I believe, 1 damage to the, or 2, 2 because of the +1. We were just talking about it, you know, just the +1 on there. Got to remember that.
Yeah, it's a sneaky thing for sure. You have to play a lot of Gundam to remember, oh yeah, these are some pretty chunky attacks.
But point of the matter is that body is going to stay on the field now, and so we move into their turn, is going to play that base to draw 1 card. Nice 6 HP base down on the field right now, and resting the rest of the resources to get an Ale Strike out. Nice 4-4 blocker right there.
All right, and yeah, the Desert Base, like this was, and I remember when it was revealed, like people were like, is 6 HP good enough for this effect? No effect? And then the answer's been yes. It's been incredibly strong, especially for staving off some of these more aggressive decks. There's a lot of cards that hit specifically for 5 to clear other bases. So, you know, sometimes thinking 2 hits into this base is just really good.
And especially too as a level 2 base, right? There's a lot of different options to be able to play it in this game, especially if you face some more aggressive kind of decks. You know, we've seen blue-green very popular in the room today. It's a good card against that. Kind of forces multiple swings into it, and you can play it early too.
Yeah, and I think there was maybe a consideration to go a double attack. Like you can attack Ilfrith and the Launcher, and that would have at least pressured to get rid of the Gundam, but I feel like I would have thought about doing that because that Gundam gets so much value. The fact that it's already attacking for 6 for the base is obnoxious, and we do have the Kira here being able to put back the Ale Strike with the when paired effect from the Ale Strike too. Like, I don't know, Gundam with Amuro into Ale with Kira, that's such a good start.
Especially now because this Kira is going to -2 in AP. One of these blockers on field really puts the pressure on trying to block because you're not going to deal a lot of damage back to the Bokonis, right, if you decide to go ahead and block there. So really thinking about the damage potential, especially as a 6 AP swing, right, that's going to clear the base immediately. So is looking to potentially use the Lilfrith, would deal 2 damage damage to the Ale Strike, right, as they minus the perfect, or launcher, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and it's unclear what, you have to decide what you're minusing when you attack, so you can choose the other blocker in those situations too, but now, as mentioned here, now you have to do a 6 AP into 6 HP base, and you can do this block here, but 3 damage to a unit that repairs 2. It's tough.
Definitely does not feel good, but your base is intact at this point still right now, as you can go ahead and get some damage in the coming turns potentially.
Yeah, it's just for the turn, for the Kira.
Yeah.
Or just for the battle, sorry, for Kira. Unforeseen incident is for the turn. So passing there, and then you will get the repair 2 on the Gundam.
Let's go back to 1 damage on that Gundam RX. One of the reasons that blue is just such a popular color, right, especially with that repair and the early level and play that you can do on this body.
All right, and so we are at 6 resources here. Wing Gundam has, I think, some of the best level 6 units in the game. We have Wing Gundam, we've got Death Strike, and if Ilfrith wasn't active, being able to get a first strike trade into any of these bodies would be fantastic, but we're going to have to see what we're going to be doing here with Ryan.
And I think especially with multiple heroes in hand, really leaning into this Wing Gundam play that he's got going on. Gonna have to put a body on the field right now to apply some pressure. We'll see what he decides to go with. He has been pretty interestingly on the draw, found 3 Wing Zeros. We saw him pitch that early one. He's got 2 in hand right now.
Yeah, and that can definitely help him get back into the game if he stabilizes. But again, right now you'll play Wing Zero. If you have Hero, you're able to maybe pressure a body, but it's only, this is probably going to be a pretty easy Ilfrith block, right?
So we'll see. That the breach is going to be active no matter what. So Ryan just going to have to be really careful on where he swings right here, and Bokonis on the response. So I think he's thinking about swinging into the Ale Strike, just clarifying the amount of damage that it has on it and how much health it has left, I believe. But especially with the power-ups that Hero can use on just a pair in general, it's going to be a high swinging body.
Yeah, so we're going to get the block here, going to take 2 damage, and there's going to get the Breach 5 here. I think specifically in this matchup, it sounds weird, but RX-78, if you're able to keep it around, Ryan has really weird ways to get rid of it, because Wing Zero doesn't get rid of it. 2 Wing Zeros also doesn't really get rid of it if it has a pilot and has its repair too. You can just sink so much resources to try to get rid of this if you leave it, unchecked. Yeah,
definitely an annoying sticky body. We see a Lilfrith in the hand for Bokonos as it's back on his turn, I believe level 7. Now 7 resources in total with the EX resource. We'll see what he plays right here. It looks like he's got a Zword in hand, I think an Ale Strike as well.
Yeah. And we've got 1 open, and just clarifying on the Wing Zero here on how the damage works. And it's, for any unit that is level 5 or lower, on either side of the board, you will take 3 damage. All right. And we do have 1 resource open, so again, popular 1 resource card today has been Unforeseen Incident, which is really starting to turn into a foreseen incident, I think, by the amount of usage.
I know, just a great card for partially white decks that can fix some math. So ends up going into the trade with the Wing Gundam, right? I think you need to get rid of that body, especially with that breach and being able to attack active characters like your blockers. Now the Gundam RX clearing the base because it is 6 AP on the attack with that +1.
And now we've got 5 resources to work with and an EX. We're going to spend, are we level 7? Oh, we are, sorry.
Yeah, we are level 7.
Sorry,
yeah, he had them in stacks of 3.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so Justice Gundam, going to be really nice getting that 2/2 Fatum Triple Ship Alliance blocker. Going to be nice, especially because I don't believe Ryan is going to be at level 8 next turn, so can't play Wing Gundam 0.
Yeah, that's where I got confused. Yeah, he went first, so he's got the EX resource right now, so he's going to go to level 7 now, but won't be able to play any level 8s right now.
And especially with Justice Gundam being a 5/5 body, right? It's going to be really annoying on the pokes, and if you can get that pair, can get rid of another base so easily, and with that Gundam RX being there, it's going to be a choice of what he's going to try to battle against first. Playing that base first, drawing up a card. It's going to be a Zwart.
Which, again, if you're trying to play Wing Zero next turn, Zwart's not always your best friend. But yeah, playing Justice on 7 I think is great. It also will help protect your RX once again. And you don't really mind blocking with this 2/2 that you know get Wing Zero next turn. Justice is going to not be hit by the Wing Zero because it's a level 7, so pretty good stuff. And do we have a pilot to work with this Ale?
Yeah, we see Akira in the hand on the Ale. Is more than likely going to put back this token, right, as it removes it from the field entirely, which is nice. And you can swing into the Gundam RX, get a really nice trade into there if you want.
All right, and so that's going to get this attack. So this is going to be 5 AP reduced to 3 AP. So it's going to be 3 to the 5 HP. So it will be down to 2.
1 resource up for Bokonus right now. No unforeseen incident. Probably would have saw it on that play if he had it in the hand to keep the RX alive. So you like seeing that for Ryan. You kind of get a little bit of hand knowledge in a sense.
You sure do. But I mean, I think we still have a lot of tempo. The 6 HP is a little bit unfortunate with Justice only having 5 AP. But man, if we have like another a Justice and a pilot in hand, we could go pretty hard here. But oh man, I think our overflowing didn't really find the card we need. Yeah, we're going for, Show of Resolve into an overflowing, hopefully finding something we need.
So only 4 resources left after this. If you had maybe like an Ale Strike or maybe a combo, it does have an Ale Strike in hand. It is going to pitch the Zwart. I like pitching the Zwart, right, as we've talked about with Wing Zero. Just a great card to be able to remove those smaller bodies on the field.
Yeah,
we'll see what he decides to do.
It feels weird. I don't know if I trade, because are they going to play Wing Zero? Are they going to... Oh, still saying that I could be playing overflowing, just whether they have it or not in hand, making sure that it didn't miss a good opportunity here. Not another Show of Resolve. You get so many cards, but man, no cards on board is tough.
The good news is you still have 6 shields, right?
Yeah.
There is still plenty of game to be played, especially as Ryan is now at level 8. It's not like he can play Wing Zero and Hero. And plus, if he forces out the Wing Zero at this point, there's not going to be any damage that he establishes with that deploy effect. So going to be a really interesting situation. We'll see if he just taps all 8 right here to get Wing Zero on the board and set up for the next turn. Especially because in the following turn with the second Wing Zero in hand, you could swing with the 1 that you have. If he tries to play any bodies, you could go on your level 9 Wing Zero Hero.
Yeah, and so I think it'd be like somewhat okay. I think this is the play we're doing. We're going to go kind of wider. I don't know if we play Zwart. I think do you have Ale in hand too? Yeah, I think this is slightly better. Establishing 2 bodies for pressure next turn and then maybe getting a better Wing Zero. Though this matchup, Bokonus has already shown it. We can play cards that get around that level 5 or lower removal, right?
So a lot of cards on hand with the double Show of Resolve and an Overflowing Affection in the last turn. I think, is that a Freedom in hand I see at the very top?
I think there is. I mean, there's a lot of blockers here.
So it looks like tapping another 5 for another Justice. Just get out another 2/2 token.
Stinks to see that, though, when they're just 1 link away from just getting rid of the token in the first place. But I don't know. I think like one of the cool things about Justice is that you get to be a blocker that gets to heal too sometimes, right? It is flexible.
I wonder if Bokonus playing down this Justice that he's got in hand maybe thinks that because Ryan was at level 8 this turn, or this last turn, and didn't play Wing Zero, maybe thinking he doesn't have a Wing Zero in hand at all.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is that if they discarded 1 earlier, I would kind of think they had 1, right?
That's true. We'll see.
They're getting super punished by discarding the only 1 they've seen.
That was the very beginning of the game, though, so we'll see if they remember that thing. But still has a couple resources to be able to utilize. It looks like, I believe, 3 regular resources and 1 EX. See if he decides to pop it in this turn, but got to be playing something down here in a second. And looks like maybe thinking about tapping for Ale.
Yeah, you know, at one time, sometime you have to use your EX resource before you burn it, right? Last round we saw it used on turn 1. I think turn 8 or so, wherever we're at, it's likely okay enough to play the ale.
So doing that and passing off the turn, now at level 9. We'll see how this goes. Gets a duo Maxwell on the draw. We'll see if that's played later in this game. But I gotta imagine that your play is swinging with the Sword Strike, right? Because that is a body that's going to be destroyed by Wing Zero, and maybe going Wing Zero Hero.
I think based on hand, the quick math is maybe you can use it's either use Hero to bounce back the ale. Or the token. You attack with Sword Strike and then you play 0, right? Like that offers like some ability. You can also just use it to bounce back the ale and hope that they block with the token. I don't know. It's a weird turn we've been in.
It's definitely an interesting combination of things, especially with a 3 HP body that's on the field.
I'm really thinking here. Yeah, so it looks like hand is 2 wings, Hero, Zawart, and the duo. On the left we see, looks like Ilfrith. I think we've got a Soletta, Arkira, Pilot. We got a good hand for, a way wider hand for Boko on the left.
So it's going to start out swinging the Sword Strike first. Swinging a 4, right, on this AP is going to be really nice, right? Because the Ale is only a 4 HP body, no pair onto it for some extra health. So going to really see if he wants to block with it or not, right? Especially with the potential of Wing Zero. If he does go ahead and block with the Ale Strike, you know, Wing Zero would take it out, but is just going to go ahead, get the value from that token.
Yeah, and, you know, the situation is just very weird here. So at least, like, now you can just say, well, I guess I'll put duo and ale and I can bounce back their ale and then play my Wing Zero, but then I'm not really doing that much, right? Like, it's a weird tempo play.
And it might just be one of those situations now at this point, if you're Ryan, that like you just have to play bodies on the field right now, right? So you have to go ahead and just play the Wing Zero, even if you don't maximize the amount of damage that you would want to have with it, with its deploy effect. It's just something that you got to do because you got to put down bodies, and that's exactly what he's doing with the Wing Zero. Is going to destroy his own and put that Ale Strike to 1 HP.
Gundam players, that is time in the round. Time in the round, please.
So we'll see. Looks like using the Hero to be able to get some extra HP either on the Ale or the Wing, and it looks like it's going to be the Wing, letting it attack into the shields.
Yep, and hitting at the top one. Oh, it's this is such a nasty hit. So this is the Nail Argama here, and it has, you know, the HP is less than 3, so we get the rest here. Not only do we get out of an attack that we might have had, but now we have such a good chance to trade. It's not going to be able to protect the Wing Zero. What a nasty burst there.
Definitely going to be a good break if you're Bokonist in this one, right? As you go into your next turn right here, we'll see where he decides to direct these swings, right, as there is still a 6 HP base sitting on the side of Ryan.
Yeah,
plenty of cards in hand.
This is looking pretty rough for Ryan. I do think, so right now, just to confirm, Wing Zero is an 8 AP, 9 HP, the biggest unit that we can really make in the game right now, right? So we do have to find a way to maybe remove that correctly. We are going to play out the Freedom Gundam here, and we might have the Kira to go with it. Oh, we do. This is huge. So
it looks like is going to be able to -2 from that freedom effect right on the AP. And if he decides to swing with it, that Kira is going to -2 more AP for that battle, going at -4 in total. So still a couple resources to play with if he wants to round out this turn with certain things. It's got some Zwarts in hand, got a Sword Strike. It looks like a Striker pack as well in the hand. But going to go in with this Freedom. Going to be swinging, looks like the -2 AP from the Kira. Probably going at this Wing. It looks like with the 4 damage there. And yeah, there is 6 on this Wing.
Yeah, I wonder if those are the right It just, I guess, depends on what you want to do, because you could go.
He might be planning to swing the Ale Strike into the wing, right? Because if there's a double wing turn, it's going to get rid of the Ale Strike anyways. So you might as well get the value and get the big giant body off the field, and maybe Freedom either swings at the base or swings at the Ale. Or maybe you don't care about the Ale because the Ale on Ryan's side would lose to the wing 0.
Yeah, but I think you do care about it because it is a, you could attack the Ale into the Freedom, right?
That's true, yeah.
So it might be better to go Ale. I think Ale Strike goes into the wing trade. Attack Justice into Ale, be at 1 HP.
So he is going to swing Justice into the Ale Strike, take 4 damage on that, and we'll see if he turns this Ale sideways. And it looks like he is going to go into that trade. I think a great trade, just clearing the board and force Ryan to have another Hero Wing 0 combo. He's going to end the turn with a Gundam RX.
Yeah, and again, like a really good card when they might be playing, you know, into another Wing 0 here. It does nothing. None of these cards get hit. I mean, you get 3 damage to Gundam, but he
heals a lot of it off.
You're going to heal a lot of it off, right? So really good way to end the turn here, and I think Boko's in a really good spot. Yeah, playing Zawart on 10 resources, not not necessarily the play that we're hoping for. Launcher Strike as well, and I think this is going to be a pass back.
You'll love to see this if you're a Bokonus at this point. You're starting to get to that stabilization that we were talking about with blue-white in the late game. As it's going back into his turn, he kept all the bodies on the field, which is a huge sign, especially for something like Freedom, and if he wants to pair on his Justice or maybe another white unit that he can play onto the field. I don't think he has any pilots in hand at this point.
Yeah. You know, I think we're fine. I don't think we're that upset if that's the case. If we want to be greedy, though, I think we do have another Nail Argama, which would be able to get the rest on the Zawart, and maybe let us draw into a pilot. It would mean like we, quote-unquote, lose a shield from that, but
I think, honestly, a fair trade, right, with Zawart just being such a good body against these swings. You got to really think about Justice Gundam, and it looks like we have a Kira in the hand. So we got the Kira. Going to be able to use the Sword Strike Kira combo, I believe.
Yeah, if that is the case, that does get rid of Zawart, and then it does let you pressure the base as well. Very nice. Then you can use Freedom effect to reduce that by 2. And then you can attack with Sword Strike to give it another -2 for that battle. So very nice there.
It's going to be a good combination of cards, putting the Zawart back into hand and swinging 6 at the base. Has a couple of resources up, but we know that there's no unforeseen incident in the hand. But Bokonus, I think, probably this is the deciding factor of whether or not it does.
Yeah. And thinking about on the block again, this should have 0 AP, so it'd be, you know, just blocking to remove the damage. We're going to attack 3 into shields here. And this is going to be another weird trade because it would be, neither would get rid of the other one. Currently it's a 3-4 that would maybe be attacking into a 2-4.
So we'll see only 3 cards in hand for Ryan. Definitely looks like advantage on Bokonus in this late game. Still 3 shields left. Looks like is going to be taking the block, and I believe, or potentially taking the block. If he does, I believe it's 1 damage because of the -2 on the Freedom. Yeah, and so 3 going on to, or
I think you're right. I think it's a 2. It's a 1-4. Yeah. Yeah. Going into shields, hitting a Sword Strike, and then.
Looks like is going to be swinging. It looks like swinging at shields. There's a Kira in hand.
Yeah, I think it's fine to put some pressure on. If you wanted to go value, get rid of the launcher. But if you think that wing is going to maybe come down, they're going to get rid of it for you anyways. So I think we're fine here.
Yeah, I think you're just sitting in a very good spot. I think maybe playing down Lilfrith could be a good idea. Get that nice 4 HP blocker on the field. Is going to go ahead with Striker Pack to be able to choose 1 token. I got to imagine that you go with the 2-4 token.
Yeah, I agree.
So is going to play that down and is going to tap the other 2 for Lilfrith. So really nice being able to put up 2 2-4 blockers at this point.
And I just don't know what the quick, easy answer would be here. All right, we've got, one little caveat. We've got I think we got a strike and Kira in hand.
That's going to be nice, at least to remove a body on the board, maybe one of these 2/4 blockers, but does it really like accelerate your game plan that much?
Yeah, that's tough. So again, we've got a 3/1 blocker on Ryan's side. Probably going to try to trade with the Justice. Right now we've got, I think, 3 HP for Freedom right now. It's a 7 HP unit with 4 damage on it now.
So thinking about swinging this launcher first would be 3 damage, right, as that AP goes back up to 3. But I think it's thinking of playing the Ale Strike first.
Sure.
Doing that combo with the Kira, maybe trying to remove one of these blockers on field, potentially the token blocker.
Yeah, so this will get rid of the token for sure. Likely, I guess.
There's a lot of different bodies that you can remove, right? Because on this pair, you can do a 4 HP or less. I believe that's every unit, single body on the field.
Unit, yeah, so you do have 6 choices.
You got to really think about, like, do you want to remove the Justice, right? I don't think I think it's probably either the Lilfrith or the token blocker, right? Or maybe even the RX that you can get rid of. But it's going to do that token, remove it from the field permanently, right, unless another Striker pack or Justice Gundam comes down onto the field. And we'll see if he even tries to swing with this Ale Strike, right? The -2 on that Kira could be nice to trade bodies and not get KO'd on the swing. But we'll see where he tries to direct this damage.
Yeah, and we are approaching time. I think we'll be able to find a winner for this game,
yes.
But we do know that Ryan was the player who ended up going first. So, you know, this, one way or the other, this is likely their turn 0, whether it's the one that we go into or not. So, and the stream timer is approximately accurate. Opponent won't be, like, the judge who's watching the game has the real timer for it. We're probably within 20 seconds of the same time.
We just kind of time it with the thumbs up that we get.
Listen, all of our games have taken 10 minutes, right? So I've had the accuracy of the clock. This is the first time it's been incredibly important.
And it looks like he's swinging at the Freedom Gundam and probably minusing the Freedom too, so as not to be KO'd on the damage back. But maybe he just hasn't thought about where the minus is going yet, right? As you see, you know, Bokonis not exactly block at that point. I think is maybe thinking of minusing the Lilfrith. So yeah, I think minus the Lilfrith so he wouldn't take damage if the block happens. And if that's the case, then a trade with the Freedom, as the Freedom does 6 damage. Perfect math.
Yeah, it's good. We're playing at Zawart, which feels bad when Sword Strike is still right there just to put it right back in hand.
Exactly.
And, I mean... Okay, just like, what do you?
Yeah, I think at this point, Bokonis just has the game right now. I mean, even with another desert base, right, 6 HP, I just don't think there's really anything you can do right now as Ryan to be able to starve off this game. You start out with the swing of the Sword Strike, bounce Sword back in hand.
Yeah, show a Resolve, I guess, just to see if we see an Amuro, which would help here. We might have got another Sword Strike Kira, which would get rid of the other blocker.
Attention players in the hall. Please make sure you watch out for your stop.
Maybe the judge talking about the overtime rules at this point, or?
Yeah, I believe they just hit it here, so this is probably in their turn 1. So again, Ryan started the game, and so how Gundam works is that if you end up going first and time is called, it's turn 0. If you end up going second and the time is called, it is turn 1. So just to make sure that both players have the same amount of turns in total.
Definitely something I think, especially when you're playing these longer game decks, you got to really think about it in the time rule. So starting out swinging the Lilfrith.
Interesting.
Is going to be a 2 attack swing. Would take out the Zwart. Well, it would take out both bodies if he decides to block. So I think maybe he's trying to think about taking out one of these blockers and then just popping the other one with the Sword Strike.
For sure, yeah. And Ryan thinking here, it really just depends on, I think, yeah, you got to block with the Zawart probably. Just get some value from it. Oh, no. going into it. All right, duo to hand.
Duo to hand, and that's pretty much going to be, I believe, the game at this point.
Yeah.
Right now, with no other shields to pop, potentially a base, puts the Zwart back in hand, ends up blocking with that, and the Justice Gundam is going to be able to take that game.
Yeah, there it is. So honestly, a really interesting list of blue-white. Again, Justice got a lot of value that game.
Yeah.
Right? It stuck on board. It stayed on board for the rest of the game. This 5 AP really good. The blocker great too, and really interesting match for us as well.
Yeah, especially as looking through the top 16 tables of in this round, especially the blue whites that we saw, we're seeing a lot of Justice Gundam in these, not just necessarily like in the Japan Championships, the one of, right, in the blockers decks. We're seeing multiple copies in there, and it's proving its value.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. So not to cut you off, but this is what was keeping the round from going on. So we're done. It should be under 10 minutes to get a new table and a deck check too. So we're going to take that break for you guys. So sorry that one. Again, it's a 20-minute game is the best one, right? We've had 10-minute games, we've had 30-minute games, so we'll see if we can kind of zone into a good pace for the next one. But we're about halfway through the tournament. We should have 9 or 10 rounds today. We'll get knowledge of that as we go on, and we'll see you guys in round number 5. We'll be right back. All right, hey, we're back a little early. I hope you guys don't mind. I don't think you will. But we've got round number 5 for the Core TCG Los Angeles Regionals for the Gundam card game. We're about the halfway mark. We've got round 5. And Jake, what do we got for our round this time?
We've got Timmy on the red-blue Cyber New type. First time seeing it on stream today. And it's going to be facing against blue-green aggro. So going to be really curious, especially with Timmy, right? Blue-red being very good at being able to fix numbers, spread that damage a ton, and we're going to see if blue-green is going to be able to go fast enough to get past that, right, in comparison to Timmy. See if he can set up some good knockouts with those extra pings on Kshatriya. So going to be a great game to see, hoping for a good one right here as both players keeping the hand, putting out their shields and that nice EX bases.
Yeah, and this was the finals at Dallas, our first big event in the English version of the Gundam card game. So, spoilers, Xeon Aggro was able to get it on a 2-1, but honestly, I think this is one of my favorite matchups to watch in this game. Sometimes it can be a little bit quicker, but there's so much like little micro damages across both sides. Both decks are kind of aggressive, so someone has to eventually decide to be the more defensive player, and just a lot of interactions with the units.
And Raccoon playing the Zaku right on his level 2. Really nice. And Cyber New Type just playing 2 bodies, right? 2/2/1s to start out their turn 2. Probably ideal of what you want to see.
Yeah, and the Zaku 2 is like probably one of the best cards in this game to play going second. You just immediately are pressuring the EX base. It does offer like one of these gens a pretty good value trade on the crackback, but it's pretty strong here, and maybe we're thinking about playing some units first. We're going to play out our Char Zaku 2 from the set as well, and are we going to try to get rid of that EX base?
So popping the EX resource. This is the second green-blue aggro that we've seen pop the EX resource so early in this game. We'll see if it pays off in this one. But just trying to make the board so much wider and not swinging the Zaku 2, interestingly enough, at this EX base to clear it.
Yeah, and like there's this kind of weird trade. One, knowing that both decks, like if you see the gens, you're like, this is likely red-blue. This could be Zaft as well. But being able to say, you know what, the aggressor always trades better, and maybe setting a wide board. We don't get Amuro next turn because we are kind of, you know, setting up a play for, you know, we're going to only be at level 3 next turn. We use our EX resource, but I'd say it's a bit of an intimidating play from Timmy. It looks like we're just going to try to just knock on the EX base, yeah, get rid of it, be able to play a Rizal and a gun tank with, you know, nothing to ping since everything is active.
Yeah, just trying to match the aggressiveness with bodies on the board is going to try to provide some quick pressure of his own. See Marita Cruz show of resolve in Timmy's hand as well. Some other bodies, and so Raccoon going to level 3 right now. He's only got 3 resources to work with. We'll see. He does have the Char in hand. He's got a couple other Zaku bodies to be able to play out onto the field this turn if he wants to. So uses the Zaku 2 to go ahead and clear the EX base. Now swinging into the shields. Does pop 1, does pop 2. Going to be an Amuro Ray going to hand.
That's a hard add, especially with them going to level 4. But we do have the Zaku 1 and Char Zaku 2. Char Zaku 1 not seen as much, but it is like a good like aggro tool if you need so. Being able to play it on 1 is nice. So that is helpful there.
Especially with no bases, right? Any swing is a shield, so especially that 1 AP right there could be impactful for trying to get Timmy down as low as possible in the coming turns. Multiple show of resolves in the hand. Let's see the combination that he plays on his level 4 turn.
Yeah, and the one issue is that we gave them Amuro, so that does offer some really good trade potential here. I think we could like pretty favorably trade the board up and get some good advantage there. But let's see what our decision is going to be.
Looks like thinking about tapping 2.
I think we might have Kshatriya with the Marita in hand, which the level 4 Kshatriya. So that could offer some good trades too. But yeah, it looks like we're playing it out.
So it is going to be a nice 3-4 now with this Marita Cruz, giving it that boost and the ability to try to swing into some of these bodies.
Yeah, and so we are currently a 5-5, and we do have the when linked, we do get to attack into something, so or deal damage to something. So we could do some pretty nasty trades here.
Especially with this Amuro Ray being played as the final resource that Timmy has for the turn, is going to be able to rest one of those bodies, and he's going to be able to clear all 4 of these if he wants to.
Yeah,
actually, potentially not, because the gun tank, oh no, dealing damage to the Zaku 2.
Get the, you know, the easier trade here. Yeah, very nice. Looking top 3, looks like we get a Rick Dom there. Got 1 damage on our Kshatriya.
Going to be nice at least to continuously produce bodies on the field, especially as they're being cleared right now. So double search.
Okay, just making sure what was on the first one and then looking top 3 again. Oh, no.
Looks like a nice whiff there.
And deciding on our next one. So we are these are both 3 AP units. So yeah, give it to the one that has less AP and then 1-4 into here. And this is a really good clear. And with 4 shields left, Timmy's in a really good spot right now.
And especially with the Merida Cruise established at this point, Raccoon's going to have to think about that Merida Cruise on the field, right? Just constantly adding that extra ping damage since you have low to the ground, levels in here.
So quick trade with Zaku into the Jin there. And then we've got 4 resources left. Double Rick Dom saying, I don't think you have another Amuro, and passing from there.
This is going to be nice to apply some pressure on that breach. Now at level 5 right here. Looks like thinking about playing Show of Resolve, being able to draw 2 cards. We see Gun Tank there. No rested bodies, but might just be nice to play. We see a Rizel in hand, I believe.
Yeah, and so the decision is, do we want to play 2 bodies or do you want to play 1 bigger body?
And especially with these Doms having 3-3, right, as their stat line, these 1-drops that you have don't necessarily trade too insane into it, but is going to be able to deal the damage to one of those Doms. And Amuro Ray coming into hand, that's going to be nice.
Hey, you owed them 1 back, right? They gave you 1, you got to give 1 back, right?
It's the law of equivalent exchange, as they say in some shows.
All right, now for this Rizel. It is a bit of a back and forth. Like, this can give them more resources to go, have a better turn next turn. You also would give them like a good Rick Dom target to attack into, but I think you still got to kind of take that trade.
So is looking at playing the 2 1s on the field, just going a little bit wider.
And getting the Zaku out. So I think that's fine. I mean, we know that they're likely going to trade the damage Rick Dom anyways, so you're fine there. But it would be kind of nice to get that damage from Gun Tank.
So now at Raccoon's level 6 turn, has all the resources in the world when you have bodies that are so low in terms of being able to attack. Does have a Char in hand and does have a Zaku unit to be able to link it with, but we'll see if he decides to do that. It looks like is looking to do that on this turn.
Yeah, and we can put them down to 1. I would maybe, I don't know, I would attack with Rick Dom first. I think that has to happen regardless, just to see what we hit out of these shields.
So does have that link right there. Is thinking about where to put it. Does have high maneuver. No blockers on the field, but the Dom getting rid of the Rizel and a Show of Resolve in the shields right here. We'll see if he tries to swing the other one. This Zaku going to be able to get another search if you decide to swing at the Kshatriya, right?
Yeah, and I think there's also the other decision of we could use Amuro here, link it with the Rick Dom, and then we could either get rid of the Kshatriya, or we could deal damage to one of these units and still get the trade. Yeah, I think this has to happen.
So it is going to go into the Gun Tank. Going to get that breach of another life. Going to be another Gun Tank. No bases right now for Timmy. Has not seen one yet, either in the hand or the shield area. Going to be nice if you're Raccoon.
Yeah, and now there is, from what we've seen on board, an opportunity to just trade back. Kshatriya could attack into the Zaku 2, and then we could be able to deal the 2 damage, or the 1 extra damage to the Rick Dom to have the Jin here, but this is kind of scary here for Timmy, because we are running out of things that we can do here, and yeah, we have to start off with the Show of Resolve. Okay, Vesalius could be helpful.
Does find a nice base, and really Raccoon forcing Timmy right now to swing into these bodies, especially accidentally revealed the shield.
Yeah,
got too used to flipping for swinging at the shields.
Yeah. All right, and making sure our numbers, so I mean that does mean like you can do like 1 incremental damage to Zaku 2 now and use the Jin to just trade right into the Rick Dom, so that is helpful.
So is going to go in that Zaku. Going to be doing another search. Does find a body at least at this point. So if he can find another Char, could be able to maybe try to get this game.
Yeah. So if there's another Char, Raccoon would be able to just go for game here.
Does not have it at this point, but is going to be dealing 3 to the base. Just play out all those bodies and just go as wide as possible and says, okay, now what do you do? I mean, the ping damage potential is so nice for Timmy in the blue-red, but this is a lot, right? I mean, you have a 3-3 body on the field. You got 2 3-2s, I believe, so as well as a 2 HP Zaku 2. So looking pretty good here for Raccoon. Kind of just put the checkmate scenario in and says, all right, deal with it.
Yeah, and we're in such a close spot to being able to stabilize, I think, right? The fact that we only saw the one Marita looks like it's been a little bit more painful than helpful. Not being able to use the level 5 to its full potential has been tough. We can establish another base and make some 4-2 bodies, but then we just lose with units on board. I don't know of a way. Yeah, just decide, you know what, I have no way to answer this board. They saw the good things. We see Char as the last shield there, and yeah, the double show of resolve is not really turning into anything, just really slowed your momentum, right?
Yeah, especially with Raccoon just constantly being able to put those bodies out on field, those low-to-the-ground bodies to get that aggression going. Even though Timmy had some aggression of his own in the early game, right, just really stalled out, especially on those turns where he had to play Show of Resolve. That just means no bodies on the field to be able to trade. Yeah,
and when I play this deck right now, I don't play any more than 2. I'm not sure exactly how many they're playing, but just being able to get there, it's just tough not being able to get the trades that you need. So that is there. Raccoon will be able to take this one and entering round 6 with a 5-0 record. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and that's something that we've seen across these blue-greens at the top tables is there's a lot of them out there, and they're doing very, very well. So going to be curious to see as well as the tournament goes on and we get to some of these later rounds where, you know, top 16 contention, top 4 contention, finals, how this plays out.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm going to do my best right now to see, like, since we're going into our next round, how many people we had undefeated going into this one. Since we do have a little extra time, I'm going to use that. I'd say easily enough to help us get there, but and just know what people are doing as well. Also on socials, we'll probably have top 32 out on Monday morning is what I'm aiming for to getting that data, and hopefully the color breakdown, that one's a little bit trickier to get, but if we can get that information, we can. But I would expect, you know, blue-green I think has been, again, very popular here today. We've seen a good amount of, honestly, blue-white. Blue-white's been the one that I think has bounced back a little bit from the last couple weeks.
Yeah, especially with a lot of people playing ping decks and aggro decks, kind of see a dip a little bit of blue-white, but coming back in full force, and as we saw in the previous round, you know, a lot of Justice Gundam, a lot of token playing.
Yeah, and I think for sure we've seen 2 large events in the English version. We had the Dallas regionals that happened at the end of September, and then also the Spain regionals in Seville. We had a unicorn-based deck end up winning that event in Spain, and we saw a little bit more blue-white too, but in Dallas I think blue-white was a little bit absent compared to, especially where it was at the beginning of the meta for a lot of people.
And it's really cool to see that shift, you know, even with purple coming in the format, although I don't think purple is doing so hot today.
I think there's, going into this round, we had 1 or 2 people undefeated on it, which is fine. And honestly, like, you can, any X1s get in the top 32, and there's going to be, I think, 16 or so X2s as well that can sneak in plus. So again, I think that it's still very obtainable for some blue and purple lists to get there, and we'll have to see who ends up being our undefeated.
Especially with over 700 players in this tournament, right? Especially a top 32 finish, nothing to scoff at when you're looking back on this event.
For sure. So this is, again, up the halfway mark. We'll see how many undefeateds we have right now, and we'll have a better idea. If we're expecting 9 or 10 rounds, it's like a 50-50, and we'll see from there. So we'll be back with us on round number 6. We'll see what we got left, and we'll see you guys over there. All right, we are back. We've got round 6 of the core TCG regionals here in LA, and we're going to go into our 6th round. And what matchup do we've got, Jake?
We've got blue-purple as well as green-white wing 0. So we're going to see a little bit more wing 0, but against blue-purple, right? We'll see how that damage stacking and placement can go and affect this matchup.
Yeah, and we did do some research between this round and the last one since we had some extra time. We've got 24 players undefeated. I know 22 of their deck lists. We got 2 unknowns, but of the other ones, we've got 7 copies of green-white wing, 7 copies of blue-green Xeon aggro, 2 copies of blue-purple Barbatos, 2 copies of blue-white tempo, 2 copies of cyber new type blue-red, then 1 blue-white blockers, a red-white deck, and then 2 unknowns. So we should be going to round 9 with 3 undefeated, so we'll have a 50-50 if we go to 10 rounds too.
Yeah, and I mean, green really showing up today, especially in green-white and blue-green. Going to be really nice, especially with those different packages, especially because they're like different packages, right? You know, the Xeon is one typing that you see pretty much in just blue-green, and then wing, right? Just that wing package being so prevalent in white.
Yeah, for sure. And we're going to jump over to the table real quick as they finish setting up. But yeah, it's going to be, again, the blue and purple Barbatos and the green-white wing 0. So we know 2 of them are undefeated right now, and obviously it's the newest color combination in the game right now. I know some people were, itching to try it, but also, some people are like, without the testing or without, the full set from GD02 for new purple cards, I'm not sure if it's the play right now.
It is very strong, though, in terms of seeing the right curve, right, especially with blue. We've talked about it all day, really, how stuff like Amuro Ray, Gundam RX, some of the different ping stuff that you can do is so strong within just blue itself, right, and any pair that it goes with. So really nice to see a couple players piloting it to success so far today.
For sure. And again, so we will have 12 undefeated in this next round. We'll try our best. Also, if red-white ends up winning, I'd definitely like to try to see that match too. Definitely one of the more underrepresented color combinations, but when someone has a good day with that deck, they have a really good day.
And especially because we actually took a little peek at the red-white list. We won't talk too much about it of what it is, try to save it, but it's really interesting.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, red and white just has so many unique cards for it. I think the only thing missing from it is that sometimes a little bit of consistency, but it's very, very strong for that. And just making sure on the shield placement too. The bottom, just making sure that the bottom card of your deck will be the top card of your deck will be the bottom card of your shields, and just confirming that you will be taking for Luis's side the one closest to him all the way up to where the shield meets the base area.
Yeah, especially with the game just starting in its first year, some of the little growing pains with the different events that you got going on. So are going to be getting ready here in this game. Both players keeping the hands, the knuckle touch, and we're off. Looks like Ralph is going first in this one with that level 1. Just has nothing to do right there. We move into Luis's turn, going straight to level 2.
Yeah, do kind of need your resources. Both players were deck checked as well before getting in there. So, and we're going to play out. I love the Menagerie. This is one of my favorite resources in the game. And immediately saying, I'm playing purple. Yeah. What are you going to do about it?
No secrets anymore as the Zork comes down here. The Zork going to be a nice body to potentially trade with at this point, as now Luis hits level 3. We see a GM in the hand. I think a gun cannon is also in the hand, and a gun tank. So might just go ahead and play GM gun tank right now to just try to go wide.
Yeah, and okay, playing out the gym, so showing that we are definitely blue-purple. Playing out the gun tank, and then looks like passing from here. This means that, if I have Amuro GX this next turn, or RX rather, it's such a good play into this, only as a ward out.
Going to be dealing a lot of damage, but 4-3 is going to get Wing Gundam. Yeah, going to get an extra EX resource, some ramping, trying to get to that high level 8 to be able to play the Wing 0 even sooner. Really like getting that EX resource.
Yeah, and then so just immediately saying, all right, I'm not playing against blue-white. Now I know I'm playing against green-white. Shift how maybe I play a little bit. But then also, I would say that bird mode is not used as often in this deck. It's still like a good card. It still has the link with hero. I think a lot of people kind of feel that it's a little bit slow, or if I have the Lilfrith, I'd rather play that a lot of the time too. So we'll, it might get like a good trade into like the gun tank potentially, but it's a bit of a slow card sometimes.
And it looks like we do have the RX and Amuro Ray combo to be able to rest one of those bodies. Looks like it is going to be the Zord popping the EX resource, going back down to level 3, but your level 4 body of Gundam RX still stays on the field. Now just going ahead and swinging. GM is going to be able, because of that pair, be a 3 attack body to be able to clear the EX base, and now we're just going in. There's a wing Gundam right there. Love seeing that in shields if you're Luis.
And
a nail strike.
Yeah, the nail strike for sure. No burst yet. And man, the amount of dopamine I get when I get this combo off, it just feels so good. They're at half shields now. They have to trade into my board. It's going to be difficult for them to get rid of Gundam organically. Like, it's such a strong start from Luis already.
Yeah, looking good as now Ralph is on level 5. I think Luis has about 4 cards in hand at this point. Ralph with about 7 or so, I think. Has a couple bodies that he could play. It looks like he's got a Sword Strike and a Kira combo. I think he could do. Could be good of getting some removal as the Sword Strike comes down and the Kira combo.
Yeah, and honestly, I think this is one of the best ways for them to answer this. This will let them get rid of the, trade into the Gundam. It will let you, stop a little bit of pressure from, bouncing one of these gems or grazes back to the hand. And yeah, this is really good. And I think you survive at 1 HP if I remember correctly.
Yeah, especially with the -2 on that Kira when attacking is going to be really good to be able to try to force a couple combo pieces from Luis at this point. So he's going to go ahead, put the 3 damage on, and we'll see with this bird mode, swinging, I think, at the gun tank. Yeah, taking 1 damage, survives with 1 health.
And I think do we not attack Zord into the gym?
No, I don't. I think he's a little bit worried, trying to say, you know what, maybe you don't have another Amuro combo in the hand. I want to be able to keep maybe the Sword Strike, because especially the Sword Strike, if we can get that to live, right, it's going to be able to remove the GM. So I think that's kind of what he's banking on.
I don't know. I definitely would have attacked the Zord into the gym, though. Just honestly, my best with Zord, if I can go a 1-for-1 trade with it, I'm winning. I'm up already. So when you have an opportunity like that, I'd be really pressured to take it.
Especially when you're on the back foot a little bit like Ralph. That's definitely a strategy that you think of and really have to see if it's got enough value or not to be able to utilize. So Luis does have some combos in his hand, does have another Amuro Ray, right, to be able to rest that Zord, but we'll see what kind of bodies he plays. Only has 4 resources at a level 4 because he popped his EX resource earlier on the Gundam RX turn.
Yeah, and I also want to say, just because it's something that I would do would not mean it's the best play. We're playing with a little bit more knowledge than these players are, too. And the other thing, too, is that, you're still kind of forced to remove this Sword Strike, right? Mm-hmm. If you aren't able to remove it, then you just get so much more value from Sword Strike, just being able to use this when attacking every turn. Now, if you're playing against blue-purple, it's very likely they have a source to deal 1 damage to it when it's rested anyways, but you're forcing them to have it, and it doesn't look like Luis has another gun tank to really answer this, so it might have been the good play.
I think he's thinking about just playing 2 cost bodies on the field at this point to try to widen his board a little bit. Maybe trade the GM into the Sword Strike just to get it off the field to keep your bodies a little bit easier.
All right, looking at this here. I think we should be at, are we at level 5?
No, we're at level 4 because we popped our EX resource.
Oh, you're right. And then we got an EX resource from Wing Zero.
From bird mode. So is going to go down with the gun cannon and the Amuro Ray combo. So going in and resting the Zord. See exactly where he decides on these swings.
I gotta say,
the GM now swinging into the Sword Strike.
I'm really biased. I love that gun cannon, especially in blue-purple. It's been a good friend to me a lot of the time, and this is a good situation for it. We are able to, I think attacking the shields, because even though we get a little bit punished from it, force them to make the good trades back at you, give some pressure, and otherwise putting them down to 2 when suppression maybe is online would be really strong.
And I think honestly that's fine, right, to be able to force that base to come out, especially because you're coming up in the turns where you could potentially put out a 6 attack body to clear that base anyways.
Yeah.
I don't hate that play at all.
Yeah, this is one of the weird spots, maybe like Mikazuki could have been like a slightly better too, because you could have rested the Zawart and pinged something with that Mikazuki damage and heal it back.
To be able to KO that bird mode.
Yeah, but this wing here is super strong. You're going to be able to get a, if you want to, you could do a full clear. You'd have to lose your wing and your Zawart, but that could definitely work out. But instead, just getting rid of the gun cannon, taking 4 damage for your troubles, and the breach 3 from the EX base.
So now this bird mode going to be able to swing at the shields to claim it and knock down Luis a little bit.
Fatal Strike, this is a new card from Starter Deck 5 that will just let you do 1 incremental damage to get rid of the bird. So a pretty good trade there.
Yeah, and even though the damage, right, was after the bird mode did the swing, it's still really nice to be able to clear off the field essentially for free, right? Because that Fatal Strike being able to KO a level 3 or lower unit, you basically got that value.
You did, yeah. And now we're looking. I'm looking at the hand here. We're almost kind of out of resources here. We might have another Fatal Strike. It might be worth just to get rid of the Zawart at this point. You're kind of a weird spot where like Grays can't get rid of the Wing 0. And honestly, for a blue-purple deck, there's so many times where I'm like, man, an extra ping would have gone a lot of extra damage here.
Looks like we have a Gundam RX in hand. Definitely a tricky spot. It is going to go ahead, tap 3, I believe, for the RX. Just establish that on the field. Maybe draw into an Amuro later, or just any sort of pair that you can utilize with it.
Yeah, and we are going to use the Fatal... Oh, no, this is... Sorry, I thought it was Fatal Strike. It is the alt-art version of the Gundam Barbatos. So we are going to do 2 damage to the base. We're going to keep the Zawart out. And we're going to pass it right back.
Maybe just trying to utilize these Zawart for a later trade, right, as a 3 HP, or a 3 attack unit, I'm sorry. So now with Ralph, does have a couple options to be able to play. We see a Lilfrith in the hand and also Launcher. We've seen a lot of Launcher today.
We have, yeah. Again, with so many people playing with the Sword Strike package, it's just another blocker that does let you link with either your Hawk of Endymion or your Kira. Can be helpful. Let's see, yeah, and I think we have to attack into the Barbatos there, the second form. Breach 5 here. Ooh, Mikazuki, really good ad.
One thing that you do like with the Wing 2, you're able to swing at that body before it gets any attack addition, right, by self-placing damage on that second form. So your Wing Gundam actually stays alive on the field, and with the Ale Strike that's coming in, do we have another Kira in hand? We might just pair it with a hero to get that paired effect. Is going to be able to get the Gundam RX off of the field as it's a 4 HP unit.
Yeah, and so we're in a weird spot. I don't know if we... Yeah, it looks like we're passing back. So we know the hand is, I think, pretty much known at this point, right? We might also have a Fatal Strike. It was just the Barbatos. If you have full art Barbatos, those look like Fatal Strikes pretty easily from this point of view.
Especially with brand new alternate arts coming into the game. Got to get used to those as well. So now sitting at level 6 for Luis. Has a couple different cards in hand as Barbatos now active, but I think we do not have one in hand at this point. The 6-4, I believe it is.
Yeah, I still can't believe this Zawart's been just watching this game from the sidelines this entire time. He's seeing units fall and rise, and just been the observer for this game.
So does have that Mikazuki in the hand that we saw off of the shields. Don't really have a lot of swing potential right now. Maybe thinking about that Fatal Strike just to get rid of the Zawart, I guess. You don't have any other target for it at this point.
You can do something kind of fun where, like, you could play the Gundam and link the Mikazuki to it. That will let you do 1 damage to something else, and then with Gundam you'll get the AP plus to the Grays as well. So that could get some weird numbers. I think we do need to try to get rid of the Wing this turn, though. Yeah,
the Wing just applying so much pressure. Being able to attack active characters is such a problem for your board, right? It's really hard to maintain if it just keeps swinging, and that breach just constantly going through.
Yeah. All right, thinking on the 3. All right, going to play out the Gundam once again. Let's see for 2. We're going to play out the
Second
Barbatos.
form.
Yeah. And I think we are going to link the Mikazuki to it.
So especially with the Ale Strike and the extra health on there, you could ping a damage onto the Ale Strike that would, I believe, be able to KO on the swing, but ends up pairing it to the Gundam RX. I mean, it does have that repair, so you would heal that damage right off.
Yeah, and then we can attack now with a 3 AP version of the Grays if we want to. Also, Mikazuki can give the damage to any one of your units too. So I think the Gundam's still the right choice, but this feels so bad. It's going to be a 1 HP if this goes through, and then otherwise, you can finally block with that Zwart if you want to.
I think you could even do the Ale Strike, right? As the Ale Strike is a 5 HP body, but he's going to go ahead and do that Zwart.
Yeah, I think you could too. It's just the issue of then it puts you in range of your own Wing Zero for
that is true.
Yeah. So I understand. I don't think this is a bad play, and I think that this puts like a bit of a formidable board, right? We've got a 5/4 that can turn into a 6/4. We've got a 3/4 that can also turn into like a 6/3 or something if it's damaged. So yeah, there goes the Zwart. History will be lost from this point forward.
Now being viewed in the sideline.
Yeah. Oh, attacking with the Ale. Ooh, okay, hitting the base here. There, Gama. I don't know for sure, and I don't want to be that guy, but Luis is looking like there's no cards that Luis are playing that I would not be playing in my own blue-purple list right now, including that Orgama here.
So it is going to go ahead with the Freedom and a Lilfrith. We saw the Kira's in hand, but didn't want to pair up the Freedom, maybe just wanting more blockers out onto the field to try to stop some of these attacks that may be coming in on the next turn. So going into Luis's turn, does have an Amuro Ray.
I saw that. It's going to be really funny to see if you want to mismatch the pilots, right, to be able to get that effect.
I think we see a Binogar in hand as well.
I don't, is it?
Trying to see what that other blue card is.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it is. I mean, also.
I think it's a purple card.
So here's, yeah, I think it might even, we're kind of like 1 HP ping away from doing some real damage here. So with Amuro, it's rest of 5 or less HP. So if we're able to do 1 more damage on the Freedom, we can start resting it. I do think we still have the Fatal Strike, so getting rid of the Ulfrith would be really nice here. And then I
think that's a Fatal Strike.
I think it might be double Fatal Strike. No, oh, okay.
One of them definitely is.
The middle card is the new LR. It's the
gotcha.
Yeah.
It's going to be a nice combination, I feel like, especially because you can put the damage on your second form, right, to get that AP boost.
Yeah, that's going to be really good. So be able to get that effect. So it's going to have +2 and then +1 more. So it will be at 5 AP? No, 6 AP. 6 AP. Yeah, there's a lot of effects that are going to go off, but.
And that 6 AP is going to be nice if that's the threshold, because the Freedom Gundam, 6 HP unit, so can apply a ton of pressure through the Gundam RX and Barbatos combo right now, swinging at these shields.
Yeah, a lot of people, including mostly myself, forget that. Yeah, Barbatos does have an 1 deploy effect.
And so Fatal Strike coming in, getting rid of that Lilfrith. I think that's a great play, and one of the reasons why there's some purple players doing real well. This is a great card to deal with Lilfrith.
Yeah, and this turn is going to be very scary. So this is going to be 6 AP, 2 base, +2 because it's damaged, +1 from Gundam, and +1 from 4th form.
Let me tell you, I majored in touchdowns. I didn't major in mathematics.
Yeah. So. Just a couple, I can't even, 2-point conversions, all right? Just back to back.
A lot of addition going on right now, but is going to let that go through and get rid of the base. And I think probably see the RX now swing.
Yeah, it's going to be really good. This is going to be 6 AP as well, because you are paired. It doesn't matter what pilot's in there. And the worst thing is that you are a 6/5. So if you block with Freedom Gundam, you lose your Freedom Gundam, and then Gundam heals back up to 3. So you don't even feel like you want to block here.
Yeah, definitely an awkward spot now for Ralph as he's at 1 shield left. Definitely a crucial moment. We see the Kira in hand with the Wing Zero. Is going to go ahead and take it. It's an overflowing affection. No base or anything like that. 1 card in hand, Luis passing off the turn with 1 resource up as we move into Ralph's next turn. I think now at 9 resources total.
Yeah. It's yeah, so they can wing here. Best move I think is wing and base if they have it.
Wing Zero would at least get rid of the second form.
Yeah.
Barbatos.
Yeah, because it's currently at 1 HP.
So is going to go ahead, combo the Kira with the Freedom Gundam. Is going to get a -2 somewhere. Is maybe just going to try to swing at this Gundam RX to be able to get rid of it on the field. -2 AP there.
All right, so currently we are a 6-7 attacking into now a 1-5. So we take 1 damage here.
Is going to go ahead with the...
Do we have another blocker?
I don't... I know there's Kira in hand. He can't be playing Wing Zero, this final card. Okay, we do have Launcher in hand, I was going to say.
Okay, we got double blocker.
Oh, okay,
I was like... But this is great, because this not only can prevent losing next turn, but also this is going for game potentially, so...
Especially with 2 4 HP bodies.
Yeah, and Ralph is just saying, hey, if you have RX Amuro, you're just the better player here. RX and Gun Cannon, one of my favorite cards still. But being able to look at this hand like, oh, so close. So close to getting there and not quite there quite yet.
Only a 2-card hand for Luis. Not too many options right here. Gonna see how he decides to swing. You have to swing the Barbatos at something on the field.
I mean, no matter what, like you attack and it gets blocked by something, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's either getting blocked by Lilfrith or the launcher. Probably Lilfrith, if anything, as it's the lower AP unit of your active blockers.
Yeah, and here's like the weird thing too, like you kind of feel like you need to... Like, I feel like I might need to use Amuro for Shakurin just to, like, keep it at, like, 1 HP if they have Wing Zero. Like, this is super close.
Definitely a sticky spot as there's still game left to be played, especially because Luis, you know, still sitting at 2 shields. There might just be another base in there.
Yeah.
And that could maybe change the trajectory if Ralph goes extreme on the offense.
Let's see, and... Thinking on this 2 resource play.
Looks like he is going to play the Hyakuren. See if he plays the Amuro alongside it.
So it's a 4-3 body. So again, if Wing Zero comes down next turn, it will clear it. Again, if they had 1 less blocker, we had it, right? Like it's in our favor. We're going to attack with the 4th form, be able to take 3 damage here, or 2 damage here, and then, yeah, just passing back.
Just passing off the turn right here. Draw for turn for Ralph. In the hand, Wing Zero, and another mystery card right now. So he's going to go ahead, start off with the Ale Strike swing, actually swinging at the Barbatos right there, just trying to get a trade and remove that body off the board. Maybe not necessarily going for game at this point.
I don't...
It'd be tough to go for game, but...
I mean, you're losing that... Oh, my goodness.
Swing with the Freedom as well.
That's a little greedy.
And so right now, if you don't play another blocker, that Amuro Ray in hand might get the game, actually. Oh, but no, because you didn't attach it. Never mind. Yeah, that's
good.
right.
Yeah. Oh, and his award. Oh, that top deck. Okay, I'm the least big Zawart, in favor person. But if you have,
I think a Show of Resolve was just drawn. The Show of Resolve could be huge if there's a Gundam RX right here on this top 2.
You need Gun Cannon. Gun Cannon wins you the game right here. Because you are able to Gun Cannon into resting with Amuro. You'd be able to rest both blockers.
We see another Show of Resolve, but I don't think he has it.
No.
Would have slammed it down if he did.
And I think we're just like one below this, right? Like I think we have a Corsica base that we could be playing. I think our best play, like sincerely, is if we play. Okay, I think it has to be Corsica base into finding Mikazuki. Oh, just making sure on how much resources we have, because that does make a difference. Because now if we find gun cannon, we win.
Just thinking about doing the draw off the show of resolve.
Yeah, because again, if this finds gun cannon, we win the game. Because we have Amuro in hand already.
Mm-hmm. So the double show of resolve, draw 2, looks like a Angstar and...
Okay. That's huge. We end up drawing an intercept command. What?
Intercept command just resting the 2 blockers, but then passing off the turn?
I don't understand.
So now just going in with the swings. There's the gun cannon in the shields, and the swings go in through.
I guess I don't understand why we did that. I'll be honest.
I think maybe just kind of seeing the writing on the wall, but in a sense.
It could, like, there are ways that you, because it's maybe, is it action? Let me make sure. Is it action step or is it just main? Because I swear it was action step. Yeah, it's action step, right?
So you can go in on the action step to rest the blockers to minimize the amount of swings?
Yeah, right? If we had like one more resource, we could do intercept orders into Angsha ping to get rid of a card too.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. I would have played it out. If there was a base, we could have won, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so like it did not make a difference. It did not look like it made a difference because it's anything of 3 out of last HP. But I was curious why they did that.
An interesting way, but Ralph winning that game with Green White Wing 0. One of the more populous decks at these top tables, right? 7 undefeated ones heading into this round, and at least one staying alive going into round 7.
For sure. So honestly, a super close game. I think either player could have won that one. And I'm really happy we were able to see the game in general. It was a lot of fun. So that was round 6 for us. We've got 12 undefeateds left. Let me see. So we might have another blue-purple left undefeated. We have maybe a red and white left undefeated. And I'm going to check that out as well. But honestly, super close and could have gone either way, which is cool.
Yeah, a lot of potential there, especially with those show of resolves at the end. That's 4 cards to draw, 5 if you count the draw for turn of something that could potentially have gone for the game because we held the Amuro Ray.
Yeah. Again, gun cannon would have won us the game. We looked at it too. If we played if we played Corsica base, it would be the next card after, which is tough to see too. But I think like the build, I'm really happy with how it did. I think it shows that there were a lot of outs to the situations, and what a nail biter. Yeah,
it was definitely a close one as we saw in there, and hopefully the rest of the games stay close as well, even with the green blues that are running around those 7-minute games.
Yeah, for sure. So we're actually in overtime on the regulation side, so we're going to start the next round pretty shortly. We're going to take a tiny break. I'm going to say we put 12 minutes. We'll see how accurate that is. And we'll see that. So we'll be back. We'll be here with round 7, and we'll see you guys over there. All right, we are back. We've got round 7 paired. We're waiting for the end of the deck check. We're going to an X1 player. We wanted to get him on the stream last round, and we're going to try to get it there. But we've got a pretty unique red-white deck that I don't want to spoil much more before going into it, but I think that's definitely one of the colors that is less explored in this game competitively right now, and exciting to see.
Especially some of the build of it, and we'll talk about the specifics later as players sit down and like maybe start playing or something of the sort, but built not in the way that I would first think of when I think of red-white.
For sure. Yeah, it's got, well, I don't know, I don't want to talk around it. Like,
it's so hard like not to like
see this 50 right now, but honestly, like going 5-1 with any deck I think is impressive. Red-white is, again, like when you have a good day with this deck, you have a really good day, right? Especially from like the assumed amount of people playing it. If we have 768 players, I would be surprised if more than 30 people. I'd say maybe like 25 people are on that color combination.
Definitely when you talk about the potential color combinations on the lower end of popularity. So really awesome to see, you know, a deck go so far in this tournament and do so well, right? Even at an X1 record right now, you're placing yourself in a prime position if you do well the rest of the way for like a top 32, top 16, you know, for some of that extra prizing. Even if you're not going to be crowned the champion, still worth playing it out.
For sure. And like the other thing to note too is that, like, you know, this is like the second big event that we've had in the English version. That means that if you're playing a deck that your opponent doesn't know how to play against or play around or what to play into, like that is just a lot of knowledge and advantage by itself, right? Being able to play a deck that people don't know how it works means you do get that advantage.
Yeah, especially, and going forward too, you know, you might be coined as like the pioneer of this archetype, of this kind of color build, to be able to premiere at like future events and stuff. You know, you can have that pride in trying to build a deck that nobody knows. For sure.
And we're looking if they're starting to walk over there. Man, sometimes green-blue wins so fast, huh?
Yeah, we're already seeing green-blue players, you know, get up, walk around, stretch their legs, go to the bathroom. A lot of stuff going on in here as we finalize deck checks, make sure everybody's all set and squared away to go.
Yeah, and from here too, like I do know, we do have 12 undefeated players right now, and we do have a good amount of variety. We've got some green, white, wing. Purple is out of contention for first place, but could still be there. We've got a unicorn deck as well that could be there, and oh, we've got quite the treat. Are you playing what I think you're playing? Okay, cool. That's all I need to know. We'll have Melon on the wall. Yes, please. All right, they're sitting down. We've got quite the treat, actually, as well. I didn't know this before we were sitting up. We're getting our runner-up from the Dallas Regionals on stream as well, playing his, I believe, Cyber New Type is what I would expect him to play from this. But yeah, he's quite the contender. It's going to be Michael on the right here. So let me get that set up as they're sitting down. But it's going to be Cyber New Type versus this, and I don't want to give too much away, but I don't know if Michael's going to be the only player playing Kshatriya of the two of these players.
It'll be an interesting game to see. I'm excited to see how it's played out. This is a unique matchup that we haven't seen yet on the stream. Going to be a good one. Just hoping, you know, both players see, you know, kind of the fair curve, right? They have good starts. It's a fair, equal match, battle in battle.
Oh, actually, wait, hold on. Let me make sure. Actually, there's probably more. Okay, sorry. There's surprise. There's more than one person named Michael in the tournament today.
It is a popular name.
There's another Michael who might be playing green purple, but is not the one we're watching today. Yeah. Okay, this is what I expected. Yeah. Let's jump on over there.
So moving in, Cyber new type, going to be a popular archetype or core for both of these players. But Michael playing blue-red and Melon playing red-white.
Yes, for sure. And so definitely a matchup we haven't really seen before. And listen, I don't really know what to call this. I mean, I'm calling it an Academy Cyber new type. I think that's mildly accurate for what we're seeing. I think the big thing to note is that this is not a typical deck that you would expect to see. You know, not even at locals, but you know, 5-1 facing against it is going to be intimidating to see once he realizes what he's playing against.
Especially because, you know, there's a couple cards in here that maybe you got to look up just to see, you know, double check to make sure what they do. It's going to be really interesting in this one as the coin or as the dice go, those beautiful Egman dice.
For sure. And big 9 from Michael. So again, I think, going second, again, almost always better, especially into a blind pick, right? And being able to play even like a gun tank on your first turn. Oh man, this is a super solid start. If we're able to go from it. Oh man, like the first 3 cards, I think it was like it was Battle of Aces, Gun Tank, and Vesalius, but then the other Vesalius and the Banshee just meant, you know, maybe we need to try this again.
So both players hitting the mulligan, gonna let fate decide what their hands are at the start of this game.
Yeah, and they're all the games are showing off. Actually, thank you. Every game except for this was this. Both these players are currently 5-1. But I wanted to get this match. I wanted to show off Melon's list. Looks really interesting. And for the last couple rounds from there, I think we'll see a couple decks that we've pretty much seen already today. So just a little bit of variety before we get to our last 2 or 3 rounds.
So it's going to be an exciting time. Players setting out their shields, 6 apiece and an EX base.
All right, and we're going to start us off getting the shields set up correctly there. Again, top card of your deck is the bottom card of your shields, and that is the order we pick them from. So we're good to go. That's the 30 minutes, and let's get into this game.
There's the Knuckle Touch. Melon going first. No turn 1 play to be made in this one, and Michael going in with his level 2 turn. Does have a body to play on the field. Jin?
Yeah. I love playing the Jin and Jim and just kind of, you know, just ambiguously, I play Jim. Just
Jim. Got an overflowing affection on Melon's side to start out his level 2 turn. Puts away the
Battle of Aces.
Battle of Aces, yes. Going into another overflowing affection, just try to set up the hand as much as possible for these future turns. But now the question is, what do you pitch off of this?
Yeah, and you know, we're immediately telling your opponent, hey, we're playing red-white, just so you know. So, you know, you could maybe posture yourself that maybe you're blue-white for a little bit, but once you do that, you kind of get that information. So putting a Witch and the Bride into the trash there and passing it back to Michael.
So Michael now going on to his level 3 turn. Has an Amuro Ray in the hand to be able to maybe utilize later in this one, but looking to maybe play down some more bodies. Does not have the base to give the +1 AP, but does have another Jin and also another 1-cost body in that gun tank.
Yeah, so even if we don't have any other boosts, just being able to gun tank, you know, ping that last damage and then 2 2/2s going in, pretty nice. But we got the blocker, we got the Ilfrith, being able to use that to hopefully stop a little bit of this aggression here.
We see a little bit of the peak in the hand for Melon. Shinaju, one of the cards that we haven't really seen in this tournament at all, has been absent, but now here in full force as Michael going in on the 4, popping the EX resource. We've seen a lot of EX resources popped early for this pair.
I mean, just another dopamine hit for me. Just like, oh man, Amuro and Gundam on board, and I've got 3 bodies. This is so nice. We're going to put them down to 4 shields, assuming no additional bases from here.
So Soletta and Kiro, a nice draw 2 combo.
Honestly,
essentially.
Take 2 damage, draw 2 cards. That's I'd take it.
So now going into Melon's level 4 turn, does have a base that he could play, maybe kind of set a little bit of stuff, but has some bodies, I think some lower end bodies that he can play on this turn.
This might be the most cards I've ever seen Red White have in hand ever. Like this is, we drew 2 off there. We're gonna play out our base. I believe is Kusanagi. Let me make sure on that. I'll bring it up there. But this is kind of like a newer ad that people have been adding. It is a 4 HP base, but being able to use it and bounce something back to hand, it also does trigger on your turn for the deploy, so or your opponent's turn when you deploy it. So that can get like a double, shield kind of action.
Just a really nice response to all the blue-green that we've seen in this format, and also some of the early game of red-blue. So moving into Michael's turn now with 3 bodies on the field. Level 4 is going to go ahead, clear that base with the Gundam RX, and we'll see what he plays the rest of the way. Thinking about splitting 2 at least for this first move, or 1 for a GM.
And Jin.
Just going in with such a wide board right now.
Wow, and we're passing right back. That's interesting here. And maybe just saying, you know what, we don't want you to get a good block. It's not worth the extra potential damage we could put here. We've got the 5 bodies on board here, 2 resources left open, and we'll see what happens here.
So we've got a Kshatriya coming in onto the field. We'll see if we've got a good pair with it. We've got the Merida Cruz. Going to be a nice pair to be able to spread some damage, get some pings going. Looks like pinging the GM and the Jin. And now with the swing at the RX and hitting the GM to be able to clear some board a little bit. It's going to be a trade with that Gundam RX, and the tokens still staying afloat on the field. Is going to put down the bodies a little bit on Michael's side, but he still has plenty to work with.
Yeah, and we're in a similar spot here. I think we might see a counter Kshatriya. We see the Ale Strike. We got the Jin going in, taking the 2 damage there.
2 damage on that token right here, and the gun tank putting him at 1 shield is going to be an unforeseen incident, not really mattering, right? Because there's no more swings in there.
Yeah, and then we've got our Kshatriya. We have our Merida as well. This will do the 2 damage that we need to do to the token here. Last shield for Melon ends up being it's a Vesalius. That's pretty nice.
It's nice, but now you're sitting at 0 with not a lot on the board at all. We'll see exactly what he plays out. I think your best bet right now is like a body that can trade into the Kshatriya, right? Because even though the gun tank and the Jin do damage, right, you do have a 5 HP base on the field that will have to take multiple swings to be able to take out if he doesn't have another linked pair.
Yeah, you kind of, I definitely would feel like I need to get rid of the Kshatriya. And with the Shinanju, if you end up playing that, all that really does is let your opponent, you just get to trade. Like, you have to attack into the shield, right? So we can't like trade into the Kshatriya and do 2 damage to a Jin or something. It needs to go to shields to be able to do the 2 damage. So
we do have an Ale Strike Kira combo, which would be able to remove some of these small bodies, right? You could remove the Jin, right, with the Ale Strike effect and try to swing into the Kshatriya. I think you would survive with a couple hit points left because of the -2 on the Kira.
No, this will still, it'll be down to 5 and you'll be at 5.
Oh, yes, correct, yes.
It's Math. With Gundam you get to do the thing.
Yes,
oh,
that's
man.
right.
And having to spend with Show of Resolve, I mean, all right, we got another blocker. That can be relevant.
Passing up on that sword, though, favoring the Merida Cruz that they drew, is just going to trade with the Kshatriya of their own right here.
This is really, really good, actually. So this is going to let you 3 damage across the other 2 bodies, and then, attack into there.
You're going to be able to clear the whole board.
So very good here. Michael just needs to do 5 damage to the base, and then hit for 1 more. So that's actually starting to be a bit of a tough ask, I think. might have stabilized.
Yeah, I'm starting to stabilize with Melon, especially because if you look at the cards in hand, Melon has a huge card advantage right now. But the Banshee coming in and passing off the turn should have been keeping track of how many cards there are in the trash, but I don't think there's 12.
I don't think there's 12. The other thing, too, is that if we've got Ale, Banshee only has 4 HP, so we could bounce it back and again maybe start stabilizing here.
Especially because we know the Kira Ale Strike is in the hand right now.
And do apologize, I think we did miss how many cards in trash. I think there was about 10. I think about 10 in there, maybe 8 to 10.
So starting to get into a crucial point of the game. Still a lot of work to do for Melon because Michael has not lost a health on his EX base yet.
No. Which is so silly. This is how these like aggressive matches sometimes end, right? Like you just get so close, and I don't know if there's a Merida in Michael's hand, but we're so close for going for game right now. And I think we've got another Banshee in hand too.
Might be one of those things that even if Ale Strike does pop this one back into the hand, just double Banshee next turn to be able to apply the pressure.
All right, we've got the Ale here. And okay, we're just
actually going with Soletta.
Yeah, I think this is fine because you don't really need the Kira to be able to. You don't feel like you need to attack right now, so you can kind of get away with not.
Especially with the extra HP, right? When you're dealing with a ping deck like Michael is with Kshatriya and Merida Cruz, right? That damage can stack, especially for the longer game. So Unicorn coming back down onto the field with a gun cannon, just passing off the turn, taking a turn off, but saying, okay, remove it again, right? Can you actually do that?
Yeah, but also I think you're really onto something. The 6 HP is actually scarier, right? It means that Amuro can't rest it. It means this Banshee can't get rid of it outright. It's huge for this situation, I feel like.
So looking to play the Shinaju and the full frontal pair coming in. The first time we're seeing it in this tournament. Going to be dangerous, especially with that Shinaju having high maneuver and dealing 2 damage after destroying that EX base. The Striker pack going to be able to get another token out. Probably the 2-4, I would imagine.
Yeah, 2-4. And the other thing, too, now you kind of feel like you have to attack with this Banshee because you know that you could be losing it next turn. Oh, that is a really good draw here.
Amuro off the draw. Amuro Ray, one of the best pilots that we've seen in this tournament right now. Looks like being played immediately on the gun cannon is going to rest the Zwart and also the token, right? Because of the paired effect.
Yeah.
Is going to go ahead and swing that Banshee into the base. Still has the Ale Strike blocker, right? So it's not game over yet, but a difficult decision for Melon.
Yeah, all right, we're going to take the damage here. It's going to survive at 1 HP thanks to the Soletta. For 4, we're going to play out another Banshee. Oh,
and it looks like has a Merida Cruz combo piece with it.
That's going to be enough.
There's the Banshee coming in, is going to take care of that Ale Strike and swing at the base, and the swing from Gun Cannon is going to do it. So unfortunate, you know, red-white going so well at the end there, but just a fast start by Michael and clearing those bodies and being able to play out so many bodies at the beginning to apply the pressure on just a little bit too much. Melon's so close to stabilizing in that game.
It was, I thought they turned the corner. I thought they were going to be the slow trip into it. There were a lot of pilots in there, and Michael just narrowly clenching out using every card at their disposal.
Definitely a great one if you're Michael. They're piloting that so well too, I think, especially at the end game. You know, maybe not taking some swings in some moments, playing double bodies, just applying so much pressure. Worked out well for him in that one.
For sure. So I think like the good thing too, like the thing to notice is that, you know, there are definitely a lot of like fortunate timings for both players, right? The top deck, whatever, I don't know what card they top decked, it doesn't matter. Every card was needed. So whatever card you top decked was the piece of the puzzle you were missing to go for lethal that game. So I think that was huge. The base being the last shield is always clenchful, right? So like that was a big difference of being able to go for that one too.
Just bought him another turn.
Yeah. So it's going to see, I think that was a great game. I'm really happy we were able to watch that one.
Yeah, definitely cool to see red-white, especially now. Some of the key pieces, you know, you talk about Shinaju, something that, again, we haven't seen all day in there. We saw so many cool cards, especially Battle of Aces as well, even though not utilized in this game, right? Shown early off of the Overflowing Affection on the discard. Just a cool list in general.
For sure. So I think that's going to be kind of it for this one. I know this was a little bit of a quicker one, but the deck check took an extra minute too, so we only have 5 minutes left in regulation. So it might be like 20 minutes or so. Again, if you guys are joining from right now, we did know the rest of the undefeateds for us today. So moving into this round, we had some green-white wing, we had some blue-green Xeon aggro, we have a unicorn, which I want to try to get that match if they win. That'd be, I think, a fantastic one. We also do have a couple like more unique builds of wing that if that could be one of the choices for us as well. And I think blue red is also out of contention for undefeated too. So it's either going to be blue white, blue green, or green and blue for our winner today.
Definitely an interesting amount of decks in here, and even a little bit of variety. You know, even though we only talked about a couple different color combinations, you know, as you were saying, some of these decks just build differently. You know, uniquely has some cool tech cards in terms of green, right? Plenty of different options, as green has a good variety of different options that they can provide in a deck.
Yeah, and I think the other thing to note too is that even though these are the undefeateds, being X1, you can still win out, right? Michael just won with the Cyber New Type, currently 6-1, which is a fantastic record, right? So winning out for the next 2 or 3 rounds would be fantastic. We have 768 players. We're going to end this round with 6 undefeateds, which means that we will have 9 or 10 rounds. It's going to be a 50-50 on round 9, and we'll see what the rest of the day looks like.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. Stay tuned.
Yep, we'll be right back. We'll be right back. All right, so here's the deal. The game that we wanted to watch, we cannot watch for this game. One of the players failed their deck check, so and everyone else has started to play. So for better or for worse, you guys get to see me play instead.
We're going to have Eggman officially at the table running his deck. What deck are you going to be trying to run in this?
I'm thinking, spoilers, I know what my opponent's playing. It's going to be Ralph, who's at table 2. We're going to give him a warm-up game while he's waiting for the next round. I got Wing, which would be a mirror match. Our blue-purple, which would be the same matchup we've seen with blue-purple every time, but at least it's a little bit, maybe I've got a slightly spicier build. So we'll get that set up. We'll go to me. We're going to just have Jake hang out with you all, and we'll do just an extra game from there. So we'll go there, and we'll switch over to this one. Yeah, we'll have an extra game. And Jake, take it away. Let me know what I did right or wrong.
Oh, it's going to be hard for me to tell you that, but I'm sure chat will do all of that themselves. But it's going to be a little fun game again, just because of some difficulties, some technical stuff. Just getting in a fun game so you guys aren't sitting at a BRB screen for about 30 minutes. You know, things like that happen, especially when you're in card games. We won't get into the specifics of it, but especially with purple, you know, that's one of the colors that a lot of people are excited about, as it's starting to come out now from ST05. Definitely some cool combinations that we can try to see in this match. So thank you all for joining. Again, just an exhibition match as of right now. We'll get back to we still got rounds left. There will definitely be at least one more round after this concludes, so definitely still plenty of Gundam to play. 22 Amuros. Man, if someone had 22 Amuros, that'd be insane to be able to have that go for a full 7 rounds prior to this one. As this is round 8, you know, we're again doing an exhibition round in round 8. Player's going to be flipping the Eggman die. We'll see if they're lucky for him. He's getting a 9, and then Ralph over here getting a 10. So Ralph winning is going to choose whether he wants first or second in this game. Looks like, I think, chose first. Has not put out his EX resource. We got blue-purple on the side for Eggman. Looks like he's going to mulligan. We saw Amuro Ray in there as well. Oh, it looks like actually Ralph chose second in there. So getting that EX resource right, especially with the opportunities of something like bird mode to be able to get that extra EX resource. So fresh 5 cards for each player as we get into this game, putting out the shields, 6 shields. Say that 5 times fast, chat. Each side, we go into this one. Eggman going first, not really a turn 1 play, but has a pretty okay hand, it looks like. We see Hayato, I believe, is what the name is of that card in the hand. So now going on to Ralph, see if he has a 1-drop that he can play, right, in green-white, but passing off the turn. Going into Eggman, he's got a GM, one of his favorite cards, as well, double GM going in here. So can apply the pressure early, as we've seen on these purple-blue decks so far. But his Zwart coming down. The Zwart is going to be able to clear out one of these bodies if he goes ahead and tries to swing at the EX base. Is now at level 3, is going to go ahead, play his base right here to rest the Zwart. This is going to be able to clear the EX base right with both of these swings. So we'll see if he has another 1-drop to play. He does. He has a purple 1-drop. So now going back to Ralph's turn at level 4. Does have the desert base to be able to, that 6 HP base. Also has Launcher Strike. A lot of Launcher Strike today that we've seen from green-white players. That 3-4 body just so impactful, right? Especially in some of these Wing 0 decks where you can use Wing 0, you know, put 3 damage. You don't have to risk losing the blocker similar to Lilfrith. So going ahead, doing a quick trade with the GM, just minimizing the amount of bodies on field right now. Eggman going ahead, playing the RX, the star of the show as we've seen, and gonna get a pair right here, unconventional pair, just gonna put 1 on each body And now the GM swinging at shields, or attempting to swing at shields, right? The launcher still has 3 health, but doesn't want to take it. Is going to get a, I believe that's just a Wing 0 that was in life, the alternate art. So now Akira on that swing in that shield. Kira going to be nice to get into the hand for the later stages, right, of this green-white deck if he's got Ale Strike on this turn. But Eggman putting a nice position, did not want to swing, or actually couldn't swing with Gundam RX, apologies. Is going to go ahead, play that 6 HP base to start out the turn. Does find a Lilfrith, so Lilfrith is going to be able to be played off of here. Also has an Overflowing Affection if he wants to do a little bit of hand filtering, a little bit of searching. So is going to Kira onto this launcher and now swing the launcher into this 1-drop. Is going to take that knockout, -2 on that, so you don't take any damage for pretty much a free KO. Play the Lilfrith and pass, still has the EX resource out. Eggman going to go into 5 now, has a couple different options, right, as the gym restands. So is going to swing the Gundam RX right here. Does have to think about whether or not he wants to block with it or not, or let the base go. And it looks like just letting the base go right here as this gym swing the Lilfrith. Going to block, take out that gym, and put 2 damage on the Lilfrith. And Eggman just going to go a little bit slower return with the Show of Resolve. He does find another base in hand, but is going to be able to play that body out, deal 1 damage to the rested Lilfrith, and take it out. Oh, the GM actually swinging 3, my apologies. Yeah, dealing 3 damage to Lilfrith. That's the one thing I will say about Gundam that most everybody, including myself at times, does have to remember, is that Gundam RX +1 on the pair. I feel like it's one of the easiest things to forget in the game, so good job these players being on top of that a little bit more. So is going to go ahead, take care of that. The Wing Gundam coming in with the hero is going to be nice because you're going to be able to take that knockout and clear the base, putting 3 damage on the Wing Gundam, passing off the turn. Looks like a pretty decent position for Ralph. But Eggman now at 6 is going to unlock level 6, going to be able to have some plays potentially. The Barbatos, I believe, in hand, and we're going to see the LR from the starter deck. Barbatos right here is going to be able to be played down on the field. Got the linked pair. Is going to be able to deal that damage to the launcher and be able to clear it, and now swing at shields. Going to put Ralph down to 2. Does find, oh, the suppression, I'm sorry, yes. Dealing both at the same time, the hero going into the hand, and the gun tank is going to be able to deal an extra damage to the Wing Gundam. Passing off the turn over to Ralph. Going to get another turn. I don't think he's at Wing Gundam turn yet, but it looks like does have 2 Wing Gundams in hand, also 2 heroes. So is just going to do an Overflowing Affection, try to find maybe some bodies to be able to play out. Pitches the Sword Strike. He's got another Sword Strike in hand. It looks like another Lilfrith as well. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying the stream. If you're wondering what's going on right now in this stream, we do have a little exhibition match going on in round 8 because of some difficulties with decks in the stream round that we had planned. So Eggman getting on the stream right now and giving you a fun game. So the Wing Gundam is going to clear that Barbatos and also do some breach damage, and now just setting up with the rest of his resources, 2 bodies on the field in the Lilfrith and the Sword Strike. Eggman still having 4 shields left within this game. Has a little gun tank right there. We see the base, the Corsica base, to be able to play out that 3-3, as it's the first one that we've seen. 3-3 going to be a nice body So gun cannon, Egman very high on gun cannon, and Amuro Ray so far in this tournament is going to allow the potential game. So the unforeseen incident going to be popping the EX resource is going to negate the gun tank swing, and now Egman really having to think if he wants to swing this gun cannon right at the shields to put Ralph down to 0. Definitely a big pair that we've started to see in these blue decks that has been so impactful, right? Gun Cannon and Amuro Ray. The no base on Ralph's side for that shield. Just an overflowing affection to the bin. I will say a Wing Zero would take care of all this. Try to remember how much he's at. I actually think he's only at level 7 right now, so can't actually play Wing Zero. So not really a way to get rid of the 4-2 token on the field. As the Sword Strike, I believe, only gets that popping effect with the linked pair, so it's just going to crash into the gun cannon and play another one down in its place. Is going to go ahead, swing the Lilfrith into the body, leave up a bunch open, make Eggman wonder if he's got another unforeseen incident in hand right after taking care of the blocker. He's going to go ahead and swing, nothing in there. Eggman going to be able to win the stream game with a blue-purple Barbatos. Did have the second form in hand as well. The Thoroughly Damaged, a very cool card. Yeah, no, the Ralph was at 7 because he popped the EX resource to use the unforeseen incident on the gun tank. So unfortunately not at 8 to be able to play Wing Zero. There's no way. So definitely a fun game. I know that purple is one of the colors that a lot of people interested in, and especially with GD02 on the horizon, right? A lot of people may be waiting to play the playing purple until at that point, but having some fun with blue. I think blue definitely the strongest combination for purple in this, because I think blue just generically a great color, especially in combination with the extra ping damage that you can do as like an option, the different resting damage, the different rest that you can do with stuff like Amuro Ray and the different targets that you can utilize with it. Definitely a cool deck to come out of this tournament. No blue-purple winners for this regional. Yeah, had to burn the EX. It looks like they're playing a second game, actually. All right, so double treat for you all. Eggman going second in this game, I think just switching it off. So Eggman does look like he has the gym and keeping the hand. I saw gun cannon in there, gym. So it looks like Ralph doing a quick mulligan for game 2. Still haven't hit overtime yet in the main event. Again, this is an exhibition game because of some difficulties with the stream game that we had planned in this. So Eggman decided to pull out one of his decks and show you all how much he knows about the card game. So he is going to play that GM on his first turn, going second, and Zwart coming down for Ralph on his level 2. Eggman now at level 3. We'll see if he plays gun cannon or maybe another body on the field. Is just going to start out swinging 2 at the EX base. So he's going to play double body on here. And this is one of the highlights, I feel like, of blue-purple in this. Just being able to play out multiple of these one-drop 2-2 bodies is just so good for the early game. Just really puts on the early game pressure to your opponent to really respond to those. So Ralph going in with an overflowing affection, starting his level 3 turn, puts away a striker pack and plays out Lilfrith. Lilfrith just being a great body in white. So many decks playing this blocker. Now Jim going in and swinging the 2 HP body Lilfrith, going in with the block, deals 2 damage on the Lilfrith, and another Jim swing coming in is going to take that body, or the EX base, sorry. So now the final swing of these 2 twos is going to go ahead, take the shield, not swinging with the, or not blocking with the Zwart. It's just going to go straight to the trash. Looks like a Freedom Gundam alternate. And the Aksha and the pair is going to get rid of Lilfrith while dealing 1 damage to their own body. Passing off the turn. 1 resource left open. Is going to go ahead with Sword Strike. We'll see if he's got a Kira combo. He does, and this is going to be nice because this is going to be a double removal on the field for Ralph. So is going to be swinging at the GM and bouncing back the purple one and passing off the turn. Definitely a nice one for Ralph. He's got to be able to stabilize, just clear these bodies off the field. So now Eggman swinging in. Should be, I believe, a 5-4 swing. So I don't think has any resources as active, but still has that sword blocker. Was swinging at the Sword Strike, so is just going to let that go again, just leaving Zwart up. And so Eggman playing out 2 bodies, the 2-2 that was bounced back to his hand earlier, and Gun Cannon. Only about 3 cards in hand, I believe, for him. Ralph sitting with card advantage, I believe about 6 cards in hand, is just going to play Launcher Strike and Lilfrith and pass off the turn. Plenty of blockers in this game to stop the different swings that are coming in. Is going to force potentially a pilot or something. The Barbatos going to be coming in, going to deal a damage to one of Eggman's units. Is going to buff up the 2-2, now being a 3-2 on the swing. The 3-2 is interesting, right? Because the Zwart and the Launcher both survive on the swings, but we see the pair, the purple pair for Eggman, that could deal the extra damage to Lilfrith to be able to take it out if he wants to. So it looks like he is going to play that pair, trying to bait one of the blocks from these 4 HPs. Looks like actually putting it on the Launcher Strike. Or actually, no, putting it on the Lilfrith to get the KO, now swinging at bases. Only 2 cards in hand, now utilizing the Zwart to get that damage off. 3 damage onto the Barbatos, 4 damage in total on the 6 HP unit. So is going to go ahead, play the Desert base, nice 6 HP base, especially if he can get rid of this Barbatos right here. Could be very nice, and looks like he's going to crash into it. Just to clear it from the field, asking Eggman to have another pair or something to be able to clear that. But double blocker in Zwart and Lilfrith, just going to be a pass on there, leaving 1 open. We know that Ralph plays Unforeseen Incident, so definitely something that Eggman is going to have to play. He's going to have another Barbatos out onto the field, deal a damage to Gun Cannon to give an extra HP boost, or AP boost, I'm sorry. So is going to go ahead and block in the Aksha again, dealing that final damage to the Lilfrith. 1 card in hand, 1 resource open, the EX resource. And we move into Ralph's next turn. It looks like he's at level 7 now. Doesn't really have a good pair with this hero, I feel like, but has an Ale Strike. So Ale Strike could be nice, but how much do you want to put the presumably Aksha back into Eggman's hand, right? Especially with that deploy effect, putting a damage on a rested unit. Wouldn't actually get too much value on this upcoming turn, right? As you have no rested units, you just got to be wary on the rest. Eggman top decking an Amuro Ray. So it looks like his hand is Amuro Ray, Aksha, and a Barbatos. So might just put the Barbatos out on the field to get a 5 swing. Definitely an interesting situation. Both players running out of cards in hand at this point. Egman still no damage on his EX base yet. And if you're just joining us once again, just want to quickly say exhibition match in this round. So Egman getting on to show you guys a little bit of gameplay instead of just a crazy, instead of just 45 minutes of be right back. And so using that Amuro Ray on the Barbatos to rest the Zwart is now going to be dealing 6 damage, I believe. So this, if Ralph decides not to block, would clear the base entirely, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Does not want to allow that Anksha in the hand that he knows Egman has to deal an extra ping damage to it. I think he wanted a unit as well, but passes off the turn. Doesn't play the Barbados, right? You want to save that deploy effect. So now Ralph going in, just playing another base right here. Basically a card draw. I think found another launcher or another Zwart. It looks like a Zwart in the hand. So it looks like the hand is Zwart, Hero, and another card. I think another smaller blocker. And so is going to swing the Ale Strike to finally clear the EX base. And so is just going to play double blocker. Lilfrith and Zwart just put up a wall of defense. Eventually you'll draw into Wing Gundam, right? So Egman now going to quick math, level 9. Definitely has plenty of resources. Is going to swing the Barbatos here. 4/6. Zwart on the block, deals 3 damage. Did top deck a Re-Zell. So he's just going to play the combination of Anksha and Re-Zell to deal a damage to the Ale Strike. And we go into Ralph's next turn. And so swinging the Zwart at the Barbatos, just trying to clear that body off the field. Is playing the Lilfrith down to go ahead, swing at shields. I think he's got a Wing 0 in hand. And there's the Wing 0, clearing out those bodies and dealing 3 damage to his 2 other units on the field. Is just going to pass off the turn with 1 as active. Clearing the board entirely. We'll see how Egman can respond. I think he has another Amuro Ray in hand. So we got a Barbatos and also a second form. So we have a 4th form LR and a second form in the hand. Oh, I would have loved to see the, well, actually, no, this play kind of makes sense. I was going to say that you want maybe the, to play it in the reverse order, but if Ralph were to go back-to-back Wing 0s, it would destroy the second form. So I actually like that sequencing a bit more from Egman. So now Ralph swinging the Wing 0 first. That 5/7 boss monster is going to play a Sword Strike just to get another body on the field, pass off the turn. 3 in hand. Egman with 2 Amuros in the hand. Amuro's cool, but I don't think he gets you at a more winning position right now. And so it's just going to pair them both to rest both of the blockers on the field. And so is going to go ahead, clear the base. Second form is going to deal 4 damage, right, because there's no damage on him yet, but is going to swing into the Lilfrith to get the damage on it and says, you know what, if you got another Wing 0, you've got another Wing 0. Egman running 6 Amuro. Yeah, we need a deck check on Egman. We did not get one before this game for him. Ooh, but off of the first one is going to go ahead and get that base. And with that base, because the Ale Strike is 3 HP or less, is going to go ahead and rest it. So Ralph, not being able to go for game, in a sense, could just go ahead and swing the Wing 0 to be able to clear. But with the pair, is going to get an extra boost in power and swing, clear this body on the field to deal 6 damage onto it. Still is going to be alive with a little bit of HP. We see a gun tank in hand. I think the gun tank would get rid of the air strike. So it's just going to trade into the wing 0 right there to start out the turn, clear that body. Gun tank hitting the air strike to clear it, and a second form in there. No cards in hand for Eggman. 1, now 2 in hand from the top deck on Ralph's side. Definitely a close game. So Ralph, it looks like, I think, got a launcher strike and a wing 0 in hand. So the 4 is going to be dealt to the base. Is going to go ahead, play a launcher, pass off the turn. So Eggman now with the Rizel. Does have to think about his swings a little bit. The gun tank going in with 1 damage. Do you block? When do you block with the launcher? So is going to get that shield. No burst on the Hawk of Endymon, I believe it's called. Ale strike in that one. Rizel off the top, passing off the turn. 1 life left, or 1 shield left for Ralph. 1 each side. Eggman having a base though with 1 HP left. Ralph has to decide how he wants to swing. I think going into there, get rid of that second form, is going to go ahead, play the wing, will destroy his sword strike, but leave his launcher strike with 1 health left. And now the launcher strike clearing out the base, passing off the turn. Does Eggman with the 1 has a GM, and we'll see if Ralph now gets a nice base trigger off this last one. It is not. Ralph getting the victory on that second game of exhibition. And plus, especially right as an exhibition game, if you may not have heard through my headset, that was time in the round. So we are going to go into break. Thank you so much for watching. Hopefully this break isn't too long because we're finalizing this round. Players walking through overtime, and we'll be back soon. Thank you so much for watching. And again, round 9 should be happening soon. Thank you.
right, hello. We are back. We've got round 9 heading up. I hope you guys enjoyed the exhibition game. Like, I'm biased. I had a lot of fun. That was some pretty fun games.
Gonna have to get another round in after the tournament's all over to decide the best of 3.
I mean, we've got Ralph. He's in contention for winner of the game. I might be the only game he's lost all day, which I'll take that in my hat, right?
And if you're going to take a loss in this tournament, it better be in the exhibition match.
Yeah. I think it worked out for both of us potentially. So we've got 3 players left undefeated. We've got a 2 blue and green Xeon aggros, and then a wing, which is Ralph that we saw earlier. He must have just been playing the game a little bit too hard when we were playing.
Oh, yeah.
One of the sleeves ended up getting nicked in between this round because he got deck check going into the previous round, so he's just re-sleeving real quick, but that will be the game. So the positive and negative is that they're going to be a little bit delayed. The positive is that because the other pair down is going to be blue-green aggro, we'll pretty much know when the game starts if this is finals or not. Yeah, that's kind of the rub.
We're going to know pretty quickly, especially with reactions and things of that nature. We'll try to see. I think. Did they just finish? No, they did not just finish.
No, that's table 1.
I was going to say, it looks like he picked up his deck of cards over at table 2, and I was like, oh, I guess we'll tell you right now.
Yeah. So I think they'll have an eye on that too. And they're, yep, right. And then will someone be watching table 2 to let us know if we're, okay. Sounds good. Yep. So we'll have someone on the prowl for table 2. So here are also the possibilities. 1, table 2 loses and wing wins the event. Table 2 loses, green-blue wins the event, or table 2 wins, and then we either have a mirror match of green-blue or a green-blue versus green-white. So, but those are green's winning this event, I think, is the end of it. Yeah, green definitely being a strong point. As we saw, in the round 6, 7, when we were keeping track of how many of each archetype were left, green was just the dominant factor in between. And again, like I was saying earlier, it's been really cool to see, with green being so dominant, it's 2 completely different green decks, right? Yeah. It's either the Xeon or the wing style deck, which play completely different cards in a sense. So really cool to see that kind of diversity, right? Even if the colors are the same. And one of the reasons why this event has been so good, in my opinion. Yeah, for real, when this is a set 1 meta, this is the smallest the card pool is ever going to be for this game, right? Minus the extra star deck 5 cards, but I digress. There are just so many different decks that are viable. Every color combination is pretty viable. I think green-red is the only one that's a little bit undertuned. Like red-white, we can still see people do well with it, and I think that's a big accomplishment for this game on the release. Yeah, I mean, what would you say? I'm going to put you on the spot. What would you say has been the biggest surprise of this tournament so far? Honestly, despite them not getting into round 9 or 10, I've seen a lot more blue-white. I feel like it was tailing off a little bit based off previous tournaments, but it did end up winning the Seville event, but it was also the only blue-white in top 30. There's only I think 3 or 4 in a top 32 situation. So that deck's gone from best deck and format contender at the beginning of the release to, if you commit to it, you're really good, but it's not as insta win as I think a lot of people are thinking. I would agree. It's been interesting to see how the meta shifts, and it's going to be curious to see what comes out of this game that we've got here for you. The looks like Don going first in this one. The blue-green going to be going, or I'm sorry, blue-green going second in this game. Got his EX resource out. So. Yeah, let's just jump over there too. So again, we've got Ralph on the left with the green-white wing 0. We saw a little bit of his deck in action on that previous one. Oh, this is also round 9. My apologies. And then on the other side, we've got Don with the blue and green Xeon aggro. So. We've seen this matchup quite a bit already, and neither of these, I think, surprises going into this event either. But again, Ralph maybe trying to get a big win for green-white wing 0. This is a Swiss-only event, so if table 2 gets the pair down, they lose. Then this is the last round. This is the finals. Otherwise, we might have a round 10. We'll make sure to let you know as soon as we know if there's going to be another round after this or not. But for now, we're going to look into this game. The knuckle touch has been done. Ralph going first in this one, drawing a card, passing off the turn, leaving Don to the level 2 turn. Does have a 1-drop Zaku to play down. That's as good as you can hope for at the start. It's such a good card going second. It is, being able to pressure an EX base off the rip is just so good. And especially seeing this overflowing affection for Ralph, that Zwart is not going to come
come down on the field, drawing it off the overflowing affection. So for Dawn, this Zaku 2 is going to be able to clear the EX base unless he wants to use something like a unforeseen incident this early in the game.
All right, attacking into the base here, going 3 AP. There could be a unforeseen.
He does have one in hand.
Yeah, and deciding not to use it, just let the EX base go away.
So Don tapping the rest of his resources for a Dom, popping the EX resource to play out a 1-drop as well, a gym. And it's going to be a pass over to Ralph right here. Going on to his level 3. Lilfrith is online, but plenty of bodies to be able to work against right now. We see the Hawk of Endymion in the hand as well for Ralph. That's something he could maybe utilize in this coming turn.
Yeah, for sure. And something you asked me just a minute ago. Another thing that I think I've been surprised about is how aggressive people are using their EX resource in a lot of these situations. It's been a big kind of change of pace compared to other games I've seen. And, we're at 3 resources again for Dawn. But if we have a Zaku and Char, we're going to get a lot of damage here.
So you're going to put out that base right there and play the Zwart. Some good defense as of right now. Going to take multiple swings to go at this. Just going to be a 3 at the desert base, a 6 HP base, and going to block with the Zwart and still put the damage because it is 1 less damage with Dom having breach 2.
Yeah.
Interesting strategy. Is going to take all of these swings just to clear the base.
All right, so we do get the removal of the Rick Dom, but the fact that the Breach 2 still did damage is huge. We do have the Corsica base here being able to get a 4/2 Tall Geese token out of the token deck there.
This is going to be a nice token to have onto the field if another base comes down, and another great body to swing. Now at level 4, I think has double Ilfrith in hand, also has a striker pack, I think. So he's going to go at least to start a striker pack to get out a token blocker. We'll see if he goes the 4/2 or the 2/4, and it looks like it's going to be the 2/4.
All right, and real quick, sorry, I'm looking at, there's a judge call for table 2, not a... There's some hubbub, so I was curious if we knew who was going to end the day.
So going to play the Lilfrith to tap out the rest of his resources. Does get 2 2/4 blockers out onto the field. Is going to be nice to be able to survive one of these swings that are, or a couple swings that are going to come in and not destroy their bodies. 4 resources is going to go ahead, tap 3 of them to start off this turn. 3 is going to bring out a Gundam and Amuro combo. That's the combo that we've been saying all day today. Is going to go ahead, rest the Lilfrith blocker, and now going ahead, swinging at the Lilfrith, it looks like.
Yeah, this is super strong here, and honestly, just I know it's a 2-card combo that you can't have really consistency with, but if you're playing against a deck that's playing these Ilfriths, you just gotta try to get there. Attacking into shields, hitting a wing 0 with the Tall Geese.
Still has a couple different swings left that he could do potentially, but might not want to swing in just because of this 2/4 blocker that's on. You don't want to lose any bodies that you don't have to at this point, so may just pass off the turn.
Yeah, it's either, this will get a good double trade, right? You'll attack with the Char or the Zaku 2 block. No, I just pass from there. I think that's fine.
Definitely still in a strong position if you're Dawn at this point. Ralph now going to level 5. Does have another unforeseen incident. I think 2 unforeseen incidents in the hand. We see a sword strike.
And the Hawk of Endymion. This is going to be super huge. This will be a good swing of tempo.
Could be able to remove 2 bodies at this point. So the sword strike coming in is going to be able to tap another one for the Hawk, get a 1/0 boost. Now swinging 5 at the Gundam RX and putting the token back. Just going to trade bodies right there. Passing off the turn, 1 up.
Yeah, and that is correct. Zaku 2 would have been at 4 because of the Gundam, so I might have attacked with that one, knowing that it would have been like a trade with the Zaku 2.
So now at the level 5 is going to go ahead, tap 3 for another Corsica base. This is going to now play 2 1-1 tokens at this point because there is a Corsica base in the trash after playing a Corsica base on top of a Corsica base. Say Corsica base 5 times fast.
I can barely do it once, man. 5 is way too many.
There's 2 resources left to work with. We'll see if he has any other drops on the field that he can utilize. Not sure what he drew off of the shields.
Also, we're getting confirmation. The pair down ended up winning, so this will not be the finals for us. We'll have a 10th and final round after this. We've got a green and blue Xeon aggro in the finals there, and we'll have to see who's going to be facing him in that finals.
Could be a mirror, could be green, white, wing, but still plenty of Gundam left to play in there. Does a Zaku, I believe, off that glare to end the turn.
Man, I know we're nowhere close to level 8, but man, if we played Wing Zero here, oh, the dopamine.
The satisfaction. He has one in hand, so if the game can last long enough, he could be able to play it. But to start out, is going to go Overflowing Affection. We see a Zwart in there after passing on the Striker pack.
Yeah, in this situation, you're just kind of like, well, I can't play it. I still got the blocker up, so I'd rather have a card that I can use.
Could go ahead, play 2 2-drops, right? Has Zwart, Lilfrith, and an extra Lilfrith in the hand. Could also, with a Zwart and Lilfrith, leave one up for Unforeseen Incident. As we know, one is in the hand right now as we go to another turn for Dawn.
Yeah, but these 1-1s are going to just put so much pressure on the board. You're going to have to hope that there's a shield or something in that base, or a base in that shield for you to be able to maybe stop a little bit of the bleeding. But we got Dawn taking a bit of a slower turn with the Show of Resolve here, drawing 2.
I actually like this kind of slower turn for Dawn on that draw, right? You have 5 bodies on the board, including those 1-1 tokens, so you can kind of do a turn in a sense of just trying to find like certain combo pieces or something like Char to be able to pair up with your Char Zaku. So is going to be swinging the 3-2 Zaku first over, just kind of seeing how Ralph reacts to this.
Yeah, and I mean, I'd be really tempted to block with the token, even if this does give them another card. Man, so many cards in hand for Dawn right now. What's one more?
We did see an Amuro Ray off the draw, but Ralph going in with that one. Unforeseen Incident is going to negate the damage entirely off of the Zaku.
Yeah, and this is one of the mechanics I really enjoy in this game, is that you can reduce something to 0 AP, and when you do that, it's just not doing any damage to the shield, and you can't go for game with 0 AP, so a good usage here, I think. Especially
because Unforeseen Incident with 3 different arts already in the card game.
Yeah, there's so many. We got like the standard art from ST01, the ST04 we've got the tournament promo.
Yep.
Is there like a regular tournament promo, or is it like a winner?
Well, there's
right?
2 versions of the tournament promo.
Yeah. But
anyways, swinging the Jim over and getting the block on the token is going to leave that token with 2 HP left right now, and still a couple different swings with these 1-1s and 3-2. You know that you can deal at least 1 damage to shield, but if you, especially swinging these 1-1s, you're going to lose a lot of bodies on the board with blocks.
Yeah, and you're not, Wing can't come down next turn, but, it's on the mind of like something you need to start to deal with. And we are going to actually play the Amuro on the Zwart here, so that's going to let us do like a pretty good trade here.
And the big thing is this is going to be a 4 damage swing with the, or I'm sorry, 5. Yeah, quick math. Either way, what the point I was trying to make was it would kill Lilfrith if Lilfrith blocked.
Yeah, and we'll get 1 block with the Lilfrith here, right? Take 1 damage, but then we'll go down to 2 with this other token attack as well.
This 1 damage actually pretty relevant, right? Because if a Wing Zero does end up coming down in the future turns, it would take out this Lilfrith entirely.
Yeah, for sure. And playing a Rick Dom too, which with all, oh, this is actually, okay. I think you're right on the Wing Zero, but actually putting everything to 3 HP means that you can't block Rick Dom without you also taking Breach 2. I think that's the real benefit of a play like this.
A great job so far by Dawn as we go into the level 7 turn, it looks like. So no Wing Zero as of yet, but still plenty of options to be able to play. is going to start out swinging the token over at the Zaku. Just trade the two. Don going to be doing the search to look for a piece of the puzzle and does find something.
And we get the other Char Zaku 2 from the set.
So now swinging with the Lofrit to go in, takes one more point of damage right there. Says, you know what, if the Dom is going to be able to take out bodies anyways, I might as well get value and try to remove the board.
And this is huge, though. We've got the wing, and I think we gave them the hero they needed to get this Rick Dom clear.
So great job using that Breach 5 to clear the base entirely and ending the turn with the Striker Pack to get that token back out onto the field. Because remember, if you already have one of these Striker Pack tokens on the field, you can't play Striker Pack.
No.
So great job swinging with that Striker Pack earlier in the turn to be able to remove it off the field to get a new one out fresh.
Yeah, and it's also, you got to play around that too with the idea of you know, your Striker Packs being in your shields too, right? You always want to try to block somewhat favorably, so if you hit another one out of your shields, you get that advantage. We play another Corsica base, making 2 more 1/1s, but this might be a stabilization from Ralph here.
It's looking to be close to a great spot for Ralph, but with that Zaku and double Zaku play,
man,
it's just going to spread the board out a ton. Now, I will say that Wing is going to be able to clear out some of these bodies, but it's going to allow Don to be able to search if he swings at these Zaku 2s and destroys them.
Yeah, but we've got quite a powerful play, I think. So we are going to be able to potentially, I think what we do is we hit into shield with Wing, do one more little kiss with the Ulfrith, and then Wing 0 clears this entire board.
So is going to go ahead, take that first swing, is going to play the Wing 0, put 3 damage on the token, but still keep it alive and clear out all of those bodies.
No hit on the first Zaku 2, second Zaku 2. No hit. Oh my goodness.
A double whiff, something you hate to see if your Don could be a game changer. No Char. So now moving into the next turn, the top of the deck. I think it's another Zaku 2.
I think it is, yeah. And here's the thing, you're now in danger of losing next turn, right? We get some Zaku 2s.
Just a bunch of 2 drops
all right
now.
That's 5 Zakus hitting the board.
Unfortunately, a top deck Wing 0.
Oh, top deck Wing 0 would be
incredible.
I don't know if disrespectful is the right word, but man, it would be satisfying. But you can just go for game, right? Like, no reason to not to. Amuro.
Not a base, though.
We got Wing. Is there a base? Yeah, into the Zaku just in case. RX and Wing 0 takes it. Super close game. Ralph able to stabilize and gets to go for game and punish all those kind of early Corsica bases too, right?
Exactly in there. Definitely a good one. Tight to the wire until the end, and we'll see another round of this matchup in the finals here soon as we head into round 10.
Yes, yes indeed. So we are at, we are at the Court CCG LA Regionals. We just finished round number 9. We have 768 players. We've got 2 undefeated left. We've got Ralph again with the Wing 0, and then is going to be playing another match into the green and blue Xeon Aggro, and that will be our champion for this weekend.
It's going to be a good one. Hope you're here to see it. Thank you so much for watching for this 6, almost 7 hours of the live stream up to this point. Still plenty of Gundam to play, and we'll see you here soon.
Yeah, we'll see you guys in our final round, round 10, and we'll be right back. All right, we've got the 10th and final round for the Core TCG LA Gundam Card Game Regionals. I've been joined with Jake the entire day. We've been live for 7 hours. It doesn't feel like it does it, though.
No, actually, time has been flying. We've watched some great Gundam matches up to this point in the tournament. I'm sure we've got another good one on our hands. A matchup that we've seen before in this tournament so far, but exciting nonetheless.
Yes, it's going to be, I think, essentially a repeat of the last round, if I remember correctly, and they are good to go. They're just walking to their seat. Yeah, can you make sure that he's sitting on the same side he was previously? Ralph, yeah, Ralph on the side closer to the wall. Thank you. So, but yeah, we do have that upcoming. Just making sure they're sitting at the right spots, because I did try to prepare some assets for that. But yeah, it should be really exciting, and I'm curious who's going to win this event. It's going to be huge.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the blue-green being so hot lately. I mean, these have been the top two decks in terms of population at these top tables the last several rounds, right? Blue-white Wing, and then green-blue Xeon Rush. You know, kind of the top two decks of conversation, I feel like, in this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. And I do wish we saw, I think we did get to see a good amount of purple today. I do wish we saw a little bit more blue-white, but I am looking forward to seeing the results. Results should be out in about 12 hours from now, give or take like 5. And it depends if, you know, sleep is a necessary resource or not. I don't know.
Good thing you're local.
Yeah, good thing I'm local and I have like 200 pounds of equipment to move. But we are going to be able to get those results soon, and we'll see the top 32 breakdown, and then hopefully the color differentiation between the couple, especially because the purple is here. I'm really curious how many people decided to day one play purple today.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see, especially as a new color gets introduced to the game, new mechanics into the trading card game. How much did players prep for it? How much versatility did it provide? I feel like a lot of the purple that we saw today is kind of built around the same idea, especially because there's only so few cards, and that's pretty natural, I feel like, for a lot of games that introduce colors in this way.
For sure. So let's just jump on over there while they're doing their dice. We got Ralph, who rolled a 10, and wow, ended up rolling a 9. So really close, but Ralph's going to decide who gets to go first on this final game for the Core TCG Regionals.
So here we go, players drawing each of their 5. Still don't know who decided what, or what Ralph decided in terms of what he would do.
Yeah, no East X resource present quite yet. And again, this is going to be the same matchup as round 9. Ralph was able to win against blue-green Xeon aggro, and I'm sure he's like, please, table 2, please lose. Like, I made it. I beat the deck. This deck can be so aggressive, so scary for me. But I also think Ralph has a really good build to kind of adapt to some of the aggression we've been seeing from more of the green-blue decks that we've been seeing too.
Yeah, definitely correctly evaluated the meta, and it's paid off for him today. But one match to go. Wowie Wow ended up going for the mulligan, and Ralph keeping the hand. Wowie Wow putting out the life. We saw multiple Corsica bases in Wowie Wow's hand, so yeah, it's going to be an interesting one.
It ended up being a strength against Ralph, and then a detriment in the later game. So we'll see what this looks like. Ralph ending up going
going first. Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
So Wow going second in this one. Ralph giving him the second. Could have a 1-drop to play on this turn, but doesn't, just passes. Slow start for Wow in the blue-green Xeon deck, but Ralph playing out a Zord on his second turn.
That's pretty strong. So yeah, no Zaku 2s, no early cards, like no level 2 cards in hand is very unfortunate for Wow.
Definitely, especially after a mulligan, but does have one at least, the Zaku.
Yeah, that is the Char Zaku 2 from Star Deck 3, able to pressure the EX space, and then also, on the destruction, we are able to look top 3 for a Xeon card.
So bird mode coming in for Ralph on his 3 is going to ramp up an EX resource, especially the slow start from Wow. It's going to be one step closer to the almighty Wing Zero.
Yeah, and this is a really good situation here, and I know we talked about it, bird mode not always seeing use, but if you're able to consistently go first and get that additional ramp for it, we're on level 5 next turn. That's huge.
It's going to be great for the development of this game. Now Wow sitting at level 4 is going to have some decisions to make. Taps 3 for the Corsica base just to get out that 3/3 token.
Yeah, and I sincerely do like this. I've been playing that card since essentially the release of the set. A lot of people are like, why are you playing this? Why is it better than white base? I'm like, it's a 4/2 that draws a card. Like, why? That is such a boon in this game that I highly appreciate it. And then we do have the Zaku 2 a little bit late, but we do appreciate it on the board.
Especially just trying to get the board a little bit wide, especially if Ralph decides to pop his EX resource that he gained for an Ailstrike Kira combo. At least he's going to have one more body on the field up to this point. So don't think he has that combination in hand. Does have a Sword Strike, though. 2 Sword Strikes, I think. And that's been one of the strong points of Ralph's deck in this tournament is the power of Sword Strike and Kira, removing 2 bodies at once almost.
Yeah, and so if we had a Kira or Hawk of Endymion, it'd be great. We might be using an overflowing. If I drew a Kira or Hawk of Endymion, I think I would burn the EX resource to try to get rid of this, but no luck here.
Did end up finding another bird mode, I believe, in there, so might be thinking about just playing that on this upcoming turn, but still has to decide what to trash. It's going to be one of these Sword Strike. It's probably one of those things that you really only need one in the game, I feel like, for your curve, so just pitching one of the 2 that he had.
Yeah, but at this point, like, if we didn't have like a stellar usage of that EX, I think either playing another blocker, just playing Sword Strike out to even pressure the Tall Geese token, but yeah, we're just going to pass from there.
Not going aggressive with the bird mode, right? Just wants to value that trade probably as Wow turns his card sideways. Finally finding a gym, right? Now back at level 4. Has a couple different possibilities of what he can do.
Yeah, and we'll have to see what we decide to do pressure-wise. It's kind of worth to just let the Zaku 2 hit because you can do like a good trade with bird mode into it.
Especially as the Zaku 2 on the defensive side, right, when it goes back into Ralph's turn, is going to go back to a 1 AP body that trades favorably for the Zord, the bird mode, right, some of these bodies on field. So lets that one go. Now the Zaku going in on there is going to be another Sword Strike right there as he gets another shield. So still has all 4. Has plenty of 2-drops to be able to play. Now the Tall Geese token. 3/3 taking a big swing.
4/2.
Or I'm sorry, 4/2. Yeah.
No, you're good.
3/3 is a different token that I play.
Yes. Yeah, if you're playing white base, you can play a 3/3. But Corsica base loves this 4/2, and we saw it in the earlier games too. The next one we play, we can make 2 1/1 bodies, and that can be huge against these decks. And we're going to take the damage, another wing there, bird mode, and then we do have the extra base. As I was saying it, we are going to play out this and get 2 1/1 tokens here. This is a lot of pressure now from Wow after a little bit of a slow start.
Yeah, not blocking with the Zord, taking those shields. But if there's a Link Pilot combo, is going to be able to do some removal with the Sword Strike. So ending his turn, playing out the gym, is going to pass it off to Ralph, going to level 6 now.
Yeah, and so this also means that Wing Gundam could be online. We can get some good trades with that.
Do have a hero in hand, but it doesn't look like a Wing Gundam. I see, no. I think 3 copies of Wing Gundam 0.
I think I said the wrong thing. Wing Gundam is what he wants to play, but he does have the Wing 0.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think I said Wing Zero. Yeah, Wing Gundam is definitely the card we want.
They're both named Wing.
You know, I get it. I just, to clarify.
But anyway, swinging the Sword Strike, looks like at that Zaku 2 is just going to take 1 damage off of that. Bird mode now going into a trade with the 4-2 token. So now we'll see what he plays with the rest of his resources on this turn. Is thinking about playing the Ale Strike. So he's going to put that down on the field. Does he? I don't think you... Do you pair the hero with this, right? You don't use your EX resource, but you can remove one of the bodies off the field, specifically the tokens.
Yeah, I think it's worth it. It feels a little bit bad, but it's clear that you're not going to see Wing Gundam anytime soon. And we're actually going to put the Char Zaku 2 back into hand.
It's kind of nice, right? Because it is the biggest body on the field, right? So especially with Ale Strike, if you want to block with Ale Strike, and I feel like you probably want to in this turn, the Zaku 2 is not going to be dealing 3 damage to it. So now moving on to Wowie Wow's turn. It's level 6. Or I'm sorry, level 5. I know how to count. Does have a couple bodies that he can play. The Angsha could deal a damage to the Sword Strike, but is that really a relevant damage that matters?
Yeah.
It's going to be the question. Unless he goes double, right? Double Angsha could do that. Remove the body off the field.
And, you know, we're at level 6 for Wing Zero going to level 7 next turn. I think we have a 3rd Corsica base here. It's a little bit greedy, but you know what? Generating another 1/1 body could be huge.
So goes ahead, swings the Jim, is going to go ahead and block with the Ale Strike, deal 2 damage to it. Still the 1/1s. Unless an unforeseen incident comes down, which we know is in the hand, is going to be able to at least get 1 shield if he decides to swing with both of those. But first, doing the Akshas to be able to clear that Sword Strike, a threatening body on the field, and 1 resource left. Does he have a 1-drop? I don't think he has a 1-drop in hand, but passes the turn, doesn't want to swing with the tokens.
I get it, right? You're, again, in this weird spot where you kind of have to use the tokens attack next turn because you will lose them if Wing Zero ends up hitting the board. You also did an important thing of putting down the Ale down to 3 HP, so your own Wing Zero would be able to clear it, so you got to be careful about that. But, you know, Ralph's, he's doing all right, I think. Yeah, and this is going to be a great way to stabilize, too. It's going to be the Freedom Gundam in the deck as well.
Freedom Gundam, a great body to be able to block as well as do some favorable trades, right? If you can get a nice pair with it as a 6-unit blocker.
Yeah, and we might just end up passing here.
So now going into Wowie Wow's turn, swings the token first, just tries to see how Ralph reacts with it at this point. Is going to block with the Ale to gain an extra damage on that, but get rid of the token.
All right, getting the block there. It's weird. Yeah, I think Freedom's the play. You're afraid that, you know, you think that they might be trying to bait them and block with the Zord and just ping it away, but yeah, this is brutal, and you have to do it because you know that you lose this board if Wing Zero comes down next turn.
So does go ahead with that Zword block, is going to deal 3 damage, get rid of the Angsha. It's just 1 left right now. And now the final swing is going to be going in a shield. But with 2 resources up, the unforeseen incident is going to negate the damage entirely. You'll love to see that if your Ralph played right into it there. And now playing out all of these bodies on the field, at least if Wing Zero does come down, you're going to be able to do some searching, right? Plenty of searches.
You get to search top 3 times. That's pretty dang good.
Definitely a strong consolation for you if you're Wowie Wow to try to help set up the hand a little bit. But we've seen a fair amount of Zaku's whiff today in this tournament.
We have, and if, you know, I don't think we've actively seen a Char yet, and the best way to bottom deck a Char is put on the top and use Zaku too,
Going to be a big swing at the Corsica base to remove it. Freedom is going to swing again to knock Wowie Wow down to 3. Is it 4 shields? I think
it's
3.
Down to 3, yeah, and there goes those Wing Zero, getting rid of everything on board, looking top 3 times. All right, first search, we see 3 hits, actually, very nice.
Definitely a good first search. No Chars to bottom deck on this one.
Yeah, and we do have to randomize it. I mean, if we're going through the top 9, we could definitely get there. Rick Dom
2 for 2 so far, definitely nice.
And I don't think we've seen any pilots hit the bottom yet.
No pilots at all, and 3 hits. Definitely a good one for Wowie Wow. If you're, you hate to lose your entire board, but you got bodies to play in the next turn.
You do. You have a lot of ways to get pressure. It's just being wing 0 and having 4 shields when you get to 8, unlikely. Very good. Very good.
Pretty good right now for Ralph, but Wowie Wow's turn has plenty of cards in hand, has plenty of options, but what is the best option at this point? Is going to start off with 1 with the Zaku, 2, right, to just apply some pressure, just get as wide as possible. 2 for the Dom, 2 for the Zaku, 2, the 4th one, right, to be able to search, maximizing the amount of potential search that he can have in the game.
And then passing back. If another wing 0 comes down, I think that's game, though, right?
Yeah, it would definitely clear the board yet again, and I think he's got that in hand, and you probably slam it down if you're Ralph.
Yeah, and Wowie Wow, I think, doing the right thing. Oh, if you're attacking here, you know that another wing's coming down.
Especially no bases or pilots on the trigger. Accidentally maybe revealed the Kira, but is going to clear out this entire board. 1 search coming up. There's Amuro, 2 Amuros on the pilots to the bottom of the deck.
And I think this is going to be it. Wowie Wow looking for something off the top. We're at 1 shield to 4. We see 2 wing 0s. And listen, if you go wide on the board again, I don't think they got the 3rd, but I'm not sure that's going to be the big problem here.
Is going to start off with a show of resolve, draw 2, still no char.
Still no char. See, I don't know if it's the curse of me being on the production. I never see that guy. I have to double check that he's in my deck every time I play this deck. It is absurd sometimes.
Dawn coming in, another Zaku. He's been able to consistently put out these bodies as he deals little 1 damage right there, passes off the turn. I don't think there's anything that he can do to stop 3 swings right here.
Yeah, it just has to be like maybe some improper sequencing or something, but there he is. He had
into
to be
the hand,
there.
and there's the game. Green, white, wing 0, becoming the champion of the core TCG regional here in Los Angeles.
Yeah, what a play. I think Ralph had a really good run here. Shows off a pretty unique deck too. It's a slightly different and I think adaptive build of wing 0, and obviously doing really well against aggro today.
Yeah, I know. Ralph's only loss today, Eggman.
Yeah, you know, an almost perfect day. I gotta maybe do my rematch. I don't know if he's free. I'd be down to do game 3.
Yeah, you'd have to talk to him.
I'd have to
see
talk to
if
him.
he could.
I'd be understanding if he was done for the day. I don't know where
maybe a video on the YouTube channel or live stream. You know, later this upcoming week.
For sure.
You know, let him get some rest, celebrate his win with his buddies.
Let him celebrate a victory before the defeat he's going to be seeing right after.
You are very confident.
I know. I'm 1-1 today, baby. I'm X1 today too. So like I'm doing great.
It's got to count for something. But an excellent series of Gundam play today. 10 full rounds here on the channel. In this, green being one of the best colors in this tournament, right? Plenty of top placements throughout this tournament, and blue having a good showing as well. Yeah,
and a couple things to before we end it off. One, so the top 32 deck list will be on socials tomorrow, probably about 12-ish hours, at least 16 hours in the next 16 hours or so. So if you guys want to see the top 32, if you want to see his deck list, it will be up there. So make sure to check that out. And then also full live stream, you guys can watch it here as well. And yeah, this is gonna be it. We got our 10-0, and honestly, it's cool to see Wing. If you asked me a month ago, I'd say Wing deck. Wing was probably the best deck in the game. We're definitely
we're rocking our wing patches.
Right, just a little commentator bias there, but honestly, I think it's really cool to see it win a big event. Right, we had our big event in Dallas where we had green-blue won. We had a blue-white unicorn win in Seville, and then we have this weekend where we had green-white wing. So new types got to come up, right? We got to have that win Ottawa, I think. Especially, you know, since you and I have both been playing the game, actively seeing the game since the world premiere in Houston almost a year ago now at this point. It's been cool to see as GD01 has come out, as the starter deck 5 now is out, to see the game develop. You know, a 700-player regional, 750 plus in this tournament here today, and one of the premier cards of the beta edition, Wing, coming in, getting a little help from Wing Zero, of course.
I mean,
It did KO 9 bodies over 2 turns. I don't know if that's important to the victory that ended up happening, but really cool, great matches to watch, and I'm happy that we were able to watch that. So congrats to Ralph being our Los Angeles champion. Hope he does well in our finals in Las Vegas, and well, your hometown, Vegas.
February,
yeah. So we'll have to see if we can bring you back, and looking forward to that as well. So from everyone from this event, from the staff, from Core TCG, thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed this live stream. It was a lot of fun. I'm happy we were able to provide some content, some competitive games for the Gundam card game, and only more to come in the future too. So anything else from you, Jake?
No, I'm just excited to see where it all goes. I mean, we still have a full month of this game before the release of GD02.
Yes.
Right, to provide more excellent strategies and more purple cards to be able to set the scene of this game.
Yeah, and again, this is definitely a game where even on release, right, there you see these waves of adaptation decks that and color combinations you didn't think were going to be good are just starting to be well, or people find techs, and I have the same hopes for GD02, which should be good. So
can't wait to try out that red-white list.
Yeah. we'll try. We'll see if we can get that to work too. So that's going to be it, though. Thank you guys so much for watching. We really do appreciate it, and we'll catch you at the next live stream. Till then, bye-bye.